Chapter 679. The giant hand pressed down, covering the sky. Lin Tianji felt that the space around him was completely frozen. It was as if his body had sunk into a swamp, and his movements became very slow. At this moment, the giant hand was really close to him. He gritted his teeth. Helpless, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the black-robed man's giant hand with all his might. Bang! The fist and the palm collided. Suddenly, a mighty divine light filled the sky. Lin Tianji was directly sent flying. His right hand was in pain, and there was a crack between his thumb and forefinger. Bright red blood flowed out. This made him grit his teeth again. With his current strength, it was indeed impossible for him to fight a cultivator of the Great Path head-on. Even in the physique domain that he was most proud of, a punch that he struck out with all his might would not be able to block a casual palm strike from such a figure. The gap between the realms of the two was simply too great. His cultivation is only at the early stage of the connecting immortal realm. After blocking your palm, his thumb and forefinger only cracked a little. The green-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly. He was clearly surprised. A person with eternity is indeed not simple. The black-robed man's eyes were cold. Even if he is not simple, he is only at the first level of connecting immortal. The green-robed man nodded. The two of them stepped forward and strode toward Lin Tianji. The space returned to normal. Two waves of great path level divine power surged, causing Lin Tianji to feel a chill down his spine. He directly transmitted his voice to the black dragon. In the next moment, the black dragon unfolded its demon body and carried him into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the distance. This is a dragon? The two middle-aged men's eyes narrowed. After it, the black-robed man said coldly. Divine light flashed around their bodies, causing the space to tremble slightly. With a single step, they covered hundreds of feet. Lin Tianji rode on the black dragon's head. The scene on both sides retreated at an astonishing speed, and the wind whistled. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out, and a terrifying sword chi slashed past his ear. Boom! The sword chi did not sweep past him, but it cut the ground in front of him into pieces. Broken soil and broken rocks flew in all directions. Lin Tianji looked back. The green-robed man and the black-robed man had caught up. Although they were still some distance away from him and the black dragon, the distance was gradually shrinking. Stop, the green-robed, middle-aged man said indifferently. Lin Tian didn't say anything. The black flood dragon's speed was even faster. It turned into a black bolt of lightning and once again opened up a large distance between them. The cyan-robed, middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. Rumor has it that the flood dragon's body contains a trace of the true dragon's bloodline. Could it be that it also possesses a trace of the true dragon's legendary speed? This speed is sufficient to be comparable to an ordinary Grand Dao expert. It's no big deal. The black-robed, middle-aged man's voice was ice-cold. This person raised his hand, and dozens of sword chi flew out, cutting open the space on the spot. Lin Tianji felt his scalp go cold. This kind of dense sword chi was no longer something that could be dodged by speed alone. Without hesitation, he directly propped up a furnace. Dong! The sword energy landed on the cauldron and immediately produced a deafening roar as if a divine drum had been struck. This treasure furnace was something he had obtained from the phaseless immortal sect. It was called the Divine Fire Furnace and was the strongest treasure weapon of the phaseless immortal sect. At this moment, under the activation of his divine power, it completely blocked the powerful sword chi that the black-robed, middle-aged man swept over. High-grade Dao weapon! The cyan-robed, middle-aged man was moved. In fact, even the cold and indifferent black-robed, middle-aged man revealed a strange expression, and a flash of light quickly flashed across his eyes. Good stuff. This trip was worth it. The cyan-robed, middle-aged man revealed a smile. Like the black-robed, middle-aged man, he attacked, releasing dense sword light towards Lin Tianji. The black-robed, middle-aged man also attacked together, and his attacks became stronger. The refinement of a Dao weapon was very troublesome and required a lot of divine materials. Moreover, the refinement technique was not easy for ordinary people to control. Therefore, many Dao realm experts did not have their own Dao weapons, and these two people happened to be the same. Now, seeing a Dao weapon of a sect here, and it was even a high-grade Dao weapon, how could these two not be moved? The big shots of the desolate shrine only wanted them to bring back Lin Tianji and the eternal killing array. As for the other things on Lin Tianji, they did not say much. In other words, the other things on Lin Tianji could be theirs. Take the initiative to hand them over and hand over the eternal killing array, and you'll suffer less physical pain. As the cyan-robed, middle-aged man attacked, he said indifferently, "You should know very well that with your cultivation, you can't escape from the two of us. Is that possible?" Lin Tianling said. He used the divine furnace to block in front, and the black dragon increased its speed again, flying away with Lin Tianji on its back like a black bolt of lightning. "You don't know what's good for you." The cyan-robed, middle-aged man shook his head. This person raised his hand, and a thick sword light streaked across the sky, crushing the void on the spot. Beside him, the black-robed, middle-aged man attacked even more ruthlessly. Every sword qi contained extremely terrifying killing power. Lin Tianji used the divine furnace to block in front, activating dense flames that burned the void and collapsed a lot to block the sword light. However, with his current cultivation, even though he had a high-grade Dao armament in hand, it was still impossible for him to face two great Dao realm experts head-on. Even though he managed to block the sword lights that the two of them had sent out, he had suffered quite serious injuries. Cough! He coughed up blood, feeling as if his internal organs had cracked a little. That's right. A mere early-stage, immortal connecting realm cultivator actually managed to barely block our attacks with just a single Dao soldier. The cyan-robed, middle-aged man said. As he spoke, this person attacked even harder. A large amount of divine light spun past, closing in from all directions. The black-robed, middle-aged man was the same. His attacks were even more domineering. Lin Tianji used the divine furnace with all his might. At the same time, the black dragon fled into the distance, while channeling thick, demonic power into his body, helping him activate this high-grade Dao weapon to resist the attacks of the cyan-robed, middle-aged man and the black-robed, middle-aged man. For a time, astonishing divine light shook each other. Sword light, raging flames, and palm shadows continued to surge in this void. Bang! After a while, Lin Tianji and the black dragon were injured at the same time. They were sent flying by the cyan-robed, middle-aged man and the black-robed, middle-aged man's attacks. Lin Tianji gritted his teeth, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Boom! The black dragon sped up again. The black, murderous aura turned into the power of thunder. With a loud boom, it fled into the distance again. The cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man were both true great path powerhouses. They couldn't fight head-on at all. Now they could only run. "Can you escape?" The black-robed, middle-aged man's voice was cold. The cyan-robed, middle-aged man's expression was still indifferent. He said without any emotion, "Leave a trace of life and search your sea of consciousness." The two of them stepped forward and attacked at the same time. The power of their attacks was even more terrifying. Boom! 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 The divine light and the killing light intertwined, causing the space to collapse inch by inch. Lin Tian and the black dragon blocked the attacks as they flew. Soon, 6 hours had passed. Bang! Once again, the man and the dragon were sent flying. They both coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Now, Lin Tianji's clothes were stained with blood. The black dragon was in a similar situation. Many of its scales had fallen off. It was seriously injured. Keep running. Let's see how long you can run. The cyan-robed, middle-aged man said. The black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He was like an unsheathed killing sword, ruthless and cruel. Clang! Clang! The two of them raised their hands, and another large wave of killing light pressed down on Lin Tianji and the black dragon. Lin Tianji used all his strength, activating the divine furnace to block in front of him. The divine furnace in his hand was extraordinary. He and the black dragon weren't weak either. However, the cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man were too strong. They seemed to be above the third level of the Great Path realm. In the previous 6 hours, even if he and the black dragon used all their strength to activate the divine furnace, they couldn't stop the two of them at all. They were constantly injured. If it wasn't for the black dragon's speed that was comparable to an ordinary Great Path realm existence and could maintain a certain level of intensity with the two of them, he and the black dragon would have been suppressed and killed by the two of them long ago. Dong! The sword Qi slashed by the two of them landed on the divine furnace, and a rumbling sound like that of a drum rang out again. Lin Tianji relied on the black dragon's rich demonic power to activate the divine furnace with all his strength, barely blocking the attacks of the two of them again. However, he also trembled violently. The blood in his body surged, and a mouthful of blood surged up his throat again. Moreover, at the same time, because the black dragon was still transferring demonic power to him, it was also shaken. Its speed instantly slowed down. The cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man strode over. One of them had an indifferent expression, while the other's eyes were cold. Another wave of eerie sword light flew over. Boom! 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 The sword light landed on the divine furnace, and a rumbling sound reverberated continuously. Lin Tianji used all his strength to activate this treasured furnace. His body trembled, but his eyes were very cold. A wisp of cold light flashed past. Using this high-grade Dao tool to block in front of him, he stood on the black dragon's head and transmitted a message to the black dragon. I will stop them alone. You leave now and leave in another direction. Don't follow me anymore. The cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man were too powerful. They were at least at the third heaven of the great Tao. With his and the black dragon's current strength, it was impossible to stop them even if they worked together. Even with their speed, they could not escape from their pursuit. Under such circumstances, he did not want to be a burden to the black dragon. If the black dragon left him, he believed that the cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man would definitely not chase after the black dragon. They would only chase after him. After all, their target was him. The black dragon growled and rejected directly. Lin Tianyi had already guessed that the black dragon would not agree, but he was still very touched. He took a deep breath and continued, "This time listen to me. Leave." He stared at the cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man who were chasing after him. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood, but his eyes were extremely cold. I still have other means. They might not be able to suppress me. If you follow me, it will be difficult for me to use them. It will affect me. The black dragon growled again. Its voice was dull. Trust me. Lin Tian transmitted his voice. He opened his right hand and 3 stone rings appeared. In here, there are all the abhijanas and secret techniques of the Golden Fire Tao Gate, the Phaseless Immortal Sect, and the 7 Luminaries Empire. There are also most of the artifacts and elixirs of the 3 major factions. There is also about 250,000 kilograms of lingjing. After you leave, go to the Emergence Tao Gate and hand it to Luwei. In the future, you can cultivate in the Emergence Tao Gate. It is suitable for you. As he spoke, another stone ring appeared in his hand. There are 20 light pearls in here. They are the 20 immortal veins under the 7 luminaries empire. After you reach the emergence Tao Gate, let Luwei help you slowly refine them. After that, spend a month or so to comprehend the great Tao nomological laws. You should be able to step into the great Tao realm. Chapter 680. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian originally wanted to enter the second tier of the connecting immortal realm with hundreds of thousands of Lingjing and dozens of immortal meridians, but now he changed his mind. Lu Wuwei valued him and trusted him, passing the position of Ascension Sect Master to him. Now he was the Master of Ascension Sect. Since he was the Master of Ascension Sect, he naturally had to consider his own sect and subordinates. As for the Black Dragon, it had been following him recently, during the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, and now, when he was being chased by the black-robed, middle-aged man, it had protected him with its life. This was a great kindness and righteousness. Although it was because of him that he did not kill it, he still had to do something. He could not always let the Black Dragon sacrifice for him. 20 immortal meridians were given to the Black Dragon. In the future, the Black Dragon would enter the Great Virtue Realm with these 20 immortal meridians. It would be of great help to Ascension Sect, Shuiyi, Lingyan, and the rest. As for the 500,000 Lingjing, the other mystiques, and the Baodan, he gave them to Ascension Sect. This could greatly increase the strength of Ascension Sect, allowing them to reach the level of the 6 major immortal sects in a short period of time. Even reaching the level of the 3 great dynasties should not be a big problem. This was far more valuable than him entering the second tier of the connecting immortal realm. After all, he had just entered the second tier of the connecting immortal realm, which was only a small step in the same realm. His battle strength would not increase by much, and it would not undergo a transformation like when he entered the connecting immortal realm from the Zephyr 9th tier. As for the Ascension Sect strength, it was very likely that it would be a great help to him in the future. Now, other than the divine fire cauldron, he only left the immortal weapons of more than 100 sects and 16 immortal meridians for himself. The immortal weapons were used for the weapon controlling technique, while the 16 immortal meridians were used for other things. Go. He transmitted his voice to the Black Dragon again. He threw the 4 stone rings to the Black Dragon, and a gentle force shook out from his body, pushing the Black Dragon more than 100 feet away. At the same time, he leaped into the air, stepping on the yin-yang puppet, and rushed in another direction. He could not really judge the outcome of escaping alone like this. However, he was very sure of one thing, and that was that as long as he and the Black Dragon separated, the Black Dragon would definitely survive. The void trembled and rumbled. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that it shocked the black-robed and green-robed middle-aged men. This speed was not much slower than the Black Flood Dragon's peak speed. Chase! The azure-robed, middle-aged man bellowed. At this time, as Lin Tian had expected, the 2 of them did not care about the Black Dragon at all and directly chased after Lin Tian. Their target was Lin Tian. The Black Dragon roared and shook its body in an attempt to chase after them, but it was already too late. Previously, it had carried Lin Tian and fled, so its injuries were far more severe than Lin Tian's. In addition, it had been helping Lin Tian activate the divine fire cauldron with its demonic power, so its current speed was actually less than half of its peak speed. In the blink of an eye, it had lost sight of Lin Tian and the other 2. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang liang and flew in a random direction. He didn't know what was in front of him. He looked back and saw that the black-robed and green-robed middle-aged men had caught up with him. The distance between them was quickly closing. Give up. You can't escape. The green-robed, middle-aged man said. The black-robed, middle-aged man raised his hand and once again swept out a large amount of sword light, which even carried some faint fluctuations of the great Tao. Lin Tian imprinted his divine sense on the fairy weapons of more than 100 sects that he had left behind. Then he used the weapon control technique to activate these fairy weapons. Together with the divine fire cauldron, he barely managed to defend himself. At the same time, the Yin and Yang Liang was activated to the limit and flew away. More than 100 sex fairy weapons are displayed at the same time. This is the weapon control technique. An ant in the early stage of connecting a mortal actually has more than 100 sex fairy weapons and knows the weapon control technique. This is really interesting, really interesting. He deserves to be the one who carries the eternal sword. A glint flashed across the black-robed and green-robed middle-aged men's eyes. Then they attacked even more fiercely. For a moment, the sword lights that fell on Lin Tian became denser and more terrifying. These sword lights fell on the divine fire cauldron and the fairy weapons of more than 100 sections. From time to time, they would make a shocking sound, causing Lin Tian to spit out blood again. From time to time, he would be injured by the rebound force. However, his eyes were still cold. The Yin and Yang Liang under his feet did not stop. Light flickered in his right hand, and lines of dragon patterns quickly entered the stone ring on his right hand. In this stone ring, there were 16 small dragons, which were the 16 immortal veins under the phaseless immortal sect. At this moment, the dragon patterns intertwined, and strands of them all entered the stone ring, entangling the 16 immortal veins. Clang! The sword hummed and slashed continuously from behind. Lin Tianyi flew on the Yin and Yang Liang while using the dragon burial scripture to guide the dragon patterns into the stone ring. With a special method, he quickly engraved them on the 16 immortal veins. Now, he was relying on these 16 immortal veins in the literature building. With the more profound dragon burial scripture, he could detonate the 16 immortal veins and use that destructive power to destroy the black-robed and green-robed middle-aged men. Because the black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man were very strong and had a high spiritual perception. In order to succeed in this attack, he could only detonate the 16 immortal veins in a very short distance. In this way, he would also be affected. At that time, he wanted to protect himself with the divine fire furnace. However, the power of the divine fire furnace was limited after all. It was very difficult for it to protect him. If it also protected the black flood dragon, perhaps both he and the black flood dragon would die. Therefore, this was one of the reasons why he asked the black flood dragon to leave. He flew all the way. In the blink of an eye, he had fled far away. At this time, the black-robed, middle-aged man and the green-robed, middle-aged man finally approached him, surrounding him in the middle. "Have you run enough? Surrender now." The green-robed, middle-aged man said. With a buzz, the man raised his hand, covered the sky, and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the black-robed, middle-aged man also made a move, reaching out to grab Lin Tian. "Yes, I've run enough." Lin Tian's voice was cold. The stone ring on his right hand flashed, and 16 small dragons flew out. As soon as they appeared, they emitted a terrifying destructive power. At this moment, the black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man approached him. His dragon technique was also completed. "You!" The black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man's expressions changed at the same time. Even though they were great Tao powerhouses, they still felt a great threat at this moment. Lin Tian quickly put away the immortal artifact beside him into his body and controlled the divine fire furnace to protect himself. The dragon patterns intertwined all over his body, and at the same time, he also propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. "Explode!" He formed a seal with both hands and said coldly. As soon as he said that, the 16 immortal veins immediately exploded, and the destructive power turned into a terrifying wave that swept in all directions. Boom! In this place, the void collapsed and the ground sank. Within a radius of more than 1,000 feet, almost all tangible things were destroyed in an instant, and the terrifying light drowned everything. After an unknown period of time, the light finally dissipated. In the void, Lin Tian's body was stained with blood. The dragon patterns on his body had dissipated, and the reincarnation diagram had shattered. There were also dense cracks on the divine fire furnace, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth as he panted heavily. His face had become extremely pale. "Damn it!" he roared furiously. The black-robed, middle-aged man and the green-robed, middle-aged man landed at the side. Their bodies were tattered, and their bones and internal organs could be seen. Lin Tian's expression changed. He had now entered the immortal realm, and his control of the dragon burial scripture was many times stronger than when he was in the airborne realm. Now he had detonated a total of 16 immortal veins with the dragon burial scripture that was far more powerful than before. The destructive power should be able to destroy everything. However, the black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man actually survived that destructive power. Bastard! The two of them let out a low roar, their eyes full of anger. The two of them who were in the center and had to endure the destructive power of the explosion of the 16 immortal veins burned a wisp of their essence at the critical moment to cast their great mystical abilities. That was how they barely survived. However, even so, they still suffered an unimaginable blow. At this moment, their auras were extremely weak. Moreover, many cracks had appeared on their life essence. Later, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. The black-robed, middle-aged man gritted his teeth. The two great path powerhouses' damaged bodies were slowly recovering. They took a step forward together and approached Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Two large hands reached out at the same time, covering all directions as they grabbed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was pale. He circulated his divine power and activated the divine cauldron to resist. Ka! At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. A huge silver rift suddenly appeared in the air, and a shocking suction force was emitted in the blink of an eye. A space tunnel. The destructive power just now, coupled with our divine power, created such a tunnel in the chaos. The expression of the black-robed, middle-aged man and the black-robed man changed. Almost at the same moment, the two of them were shocked. A huge suction force swept past and directly pulled the two of them into the rift. Lin Tian was slightly further away from the silver rift. He endured the pain and tried to get away, but in the end he did not succeed. The void distorted, and a terrifying suction force swept over from the front. In the blink of an eye, he was also swallowed into the silver rift. In an instant his vision turned dark. All around him, strands of distorted power intertwined. Lin Tian knew that he was inside the void and did not dare to move. He forced himself to wait quietly. After an unknown period of time, the light in front of him flickered, and the darkness gradually dissipated. A powerful force threw him out of the boundless darkness. Almost at the moment his feet landed on the ground, not far away, two cold, murderous intents landed directly on him. Little Ant. The black-robed, middle-aged man and the green-robed, middle-aged man had just fallen out of the space tunnel. They did not have time to size up their surroundings when they saw Lin Tian fly out as well. Their gazes immediately became extremely cold, and they closed in on Lin Tian in unison. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and quickly retreated. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous boom rang out nearby, causing the ground to tremble. The black-robed, middle-aged man and the green-robed, middle-aged man were shocked when they heard the sound. They could not help but stop and look toward the source of the sound. Then, the two of them revealed a shocked expression at the same time, and they could not help but tremble. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked, and his expression changed immediately. Over 30 meters away, a vast and boundless ocean stretched out horizontally. It was as if the Milky Way in the sky had descended here. Along with the rolling waves, it was suffused with a terrifying fluctuation that caused one's soul to tremble. This is the dividing point between prosperous continent and the barbarian land, the true forbidden land of death, the border of the Milky Way. He was shocked. Chapter 681. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The third heaven was divided into two territories, the prosperous continent and the barbarian land. They were separated by a vast heavenly river. This heavenly river was known as the true forbidden land of death in the third heaven. Even the great virtue realm powerhouses would find it difficult to survive if they entered it. Boom! The waves churned, one after another, and all of them shot up over 1,000 feet into the air. This scene was simply horrifying. Lin Tian retracted his gaze slightly. 100 feet away, not far from the edge of the heavenly river, there was a stone tablet engraved with 4 big words. Do not approach it. These 4 words were simple, but the shape was strong. Although it seemed to have existed for a very long time, there was still a faint trace of Tao flowing in it. Obviously, it was left behind by at least a Wuxian powerhouse. In the past, a powerhouse of the older generation left these 4 words to warn the future generations not to come to this place. Lin Tian said in his heart. With a solemn expression, he directly retreated. The boundless heavenly river in front of him made him feel a sense of horror. He couldn't stay in this place. On the other side, the black-robed and green-robed middle-aged men were also retreating. Obviously, they also felt the horror of this place. However, in the next moment, the 3 of them changed their expressions. The surrounding space seemed to be isolated and they couldn't retreat. What's going on? The green-robed, middle-aged man shouted in a low voice. The black-robed, middle-aged man also looked around. He tried several times to get away from the heavenly river, but it was useless. The space behind him was sealed by an invisible and terrifying force. Lin Tian naturally felt his heart palpitate. He remembered a saying that circulated in the prosperous continent. The heavenly river is 1,000 feet long, and there is no way out. The meaning of these words was clear. The space within 1,000 feet of the heavenly river could be entered, but there was no way to get out. It was precisely because of this that in the prosperous continent, many cultivators were willing to go to the God Burial Mountain Range, the Immortal Demon Ancient Range, and the other 3 ominous regions to search for treasures, but no one was willing to come near the heavenly river. Even the great virtue powerhouses were no exception. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed. That space tunnel, how did it bring him here? This place was a true forbidden land for life. On the other side, the black-robed, middle-aged man and the green-robed, middle-aged man gritted their teeth. After several failed attempts to retreat, their gazes finally fell on Lin Tian again, and they pressed forward. The azure-robed, middle-aged man said in a low voice, immediately hand over the eternal killing array. Both of us are 7th-order array manipulators. After we comprehend the eternal killing array, we will break through this place and leave together. At that time, we will not kill you. At this time, the 2 of them were also worried and anxious. The air in this place was really too cold. They felt a great threat. They kept feeling that if they stayed any longer, they would die here. At this time, in their eyes, the heavenly river in front of them was like a ferocious death god, as if it could reap their lives at any time. Although Lin Tian was also anxious, when he heard the middle-aged man's words, he couldn't help but sneer. Hand over the eternal killing array. Break through this place and leave together. Not killing him. Do you think I'm an idiot? He used the divine flame furnace to block in front of his chest. Divine radiance circulated and flames rushed out. Such an action undoubtedly caused the black-robed middle-aged man and the middle-aged man's faces to sink. You don't know how to appreciate favors. The azure-robed middle-aged man said coldly and directly grabbed at Lin Tian. At the same time, the black-robed middle-aged man also made a move. There was a faint fluctuation of Tao law intertwined. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and urged the divine flame furnace to meet the attack. Previously, when he detonated the 12 immortal meridians, although the black-robed, middle-aged man and the azure-robed middle-aged man were seriously injured and on the verge of death, he himself was also greatly affected. At this moment, the two of them were still far stronger than him. He summoned the divine flame furnace while thinking of a countermeasure. Boom! The rumbling of the waves resounded once again. Numerous waves that were over 300 m tall seemed to want to surge into the sky, shaking the ground to the point of shaking. It caused Lin Tian and the other two to be unable to stand steadily. The attacks they unleashed were all forcefully blasted apart and vanished. As far as the eye could see, the Milky Way seemed to be a sleeping, primordial, ferocious beast that had suddenly awakened. An extremely terrifying aura intertwined as waves of more than 100 feet in height rushed up densely. It was as if the Milky Way was about to rise into the sky. Seeing such a scene, Lin Tian could not help but feel his scalp go numb. This scene was really too terrifying. Not only him, but even the black-robed, middle-aged man and the azure-robed, middle-aged man, who were in the Great Path realm, also changed their expressions and felt a chill down their spines. Boom! Another roar sounded. Waves of more than 100 feet in height shook the sky. Then, more than a dozen waves directly pressed towards this place, causing the three of their expressions to change drastically. Damn it! The azure-robed middle-aged man could not help but curse angrily. Unfortunately, cursing was useless. The monstrous waves fell, covering all the space within a radius of 100 feet. With a thump, the waves really fell, causing the ground to let out a loud sound. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were drowned in the waves at the same time. Lin Tian used the divine flame furnace to protect himself. Even so, he still felt a bone-piercing chill. The water of the Milky Way seemed to come from hell. It was frighteningly cold. Moreover, at the same time, what chilled his heart even more was that after the waves of the Milky Way fell, the water surged. There was a strong force nurtured in it, and it forcefully swept him into the Milky Way. This caused his heart to beat wildly. That place was the Milky Way, and there were countless dangers hidden in it. Without any hesitation, he directly supported all his means to resist this invisible force. However, what chilled him even more was that the force contained in the waves was too terrifying. He could not resist it at all. He could not block it at all. In just an instant, he was directly dragged into the range of the Milky Way, and he was in the midst of the rolling waves. This caused his heart to turn cold. He really wanted to curse out loud. Damn it! An angry roar sounded. Not far away, the black-robed middle-aged man and the azure-robed middle-aged man roared and struggled. They were also swept into the Milky Way by the waves. At this time, both of them looked very miserable. Lin Tian originally wanted to laugh out loud when he saw the two of them so anxious and flustered. Unfortunately, he really couldn't laugh. At this time, he vibrated his divine power and used the divine flame furnace as an attack. He rushed towards the edge of the Milky Way, trying to escape. Boom! The Milky Way shook. Waves surged, shaking the sky until it trembled and suppressed all directions. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he hurriedly changed the divine flame furnace from attack to defense. Then, at the next moment, he was swept by a strong force, and he was sent flying far away. When he stabilized his body and raised his head to look, the edge of the Milky Way was already out of sight. The familiar angry roar sounded again beside him. Like him, the black-robed middle-aged man and the azure-robed middle-aged man were also swept to this place. They dodged repeatedly in the air, avoiding the other waves that rushed up from the bottom of the sea. These waves were very terrifying. If they were swept up, they might be directly dragged to the bottom of the Milky Way. At that time, they would really be dead. And hand over the eternal killing formation and the high-grade Tao weapon. Suppress them directly and seize them, the black-robed middle-aged man and the azure-robed middle-aged man said. As great virtue realm powerhouses, the two of them had extraordinary spiritual senses. At this moment, when they were swept into the Milky Way, they could clearly feel the threat of death. It was far stronger than the uneasiness they felt on the shore of the Milky Way, causing their souls to tremble. They made their move again, activating their powerful formation control technique and pressing toward Lin Tian. At this moment, their thoughts were the same as when they were on the shore of the Milky Way previously. They wanted to suppress Lin Tian and seize the eternal killing formation and the high-grade Dao weapon. With their strength, they might be able to rely on these two to leave this place. Boom! Right at this moment, a python-like ferocious beast with red scales all over its body suddenly rushed out from the churning depths of the water. Just its head alone was as big as a house, and it was intertwined with an extremely terrifying cold aura. The place where this python-like ferocious beast rushed out just happened to be close to the black-robed, middle-aged man. It directly opened its bloody mouth, revealing eerie sharp teeth, and tried to swallow the black-robed, middle-aged man. The black-robed, middle-aged man was horrified. He had not expected this at all, and he did not even have time to dodge. Pooh! The ferocious beast swooped over and directly bit the black-robed, middle-aged man's body into pieces. Then it swallowed him with 2 mouthfuls. The azure-robed, middle-aged man turned pale with fright. Mu Luohan! Mu Luohan was the black-robed, middle-aged man's name. At this moment, the azure-robed, middle-aged man's face turned snow-white. After shouting these 3 words, he hurriedly retreated while trembling, avoiding that python-like ferocious beast far away. Not far away, Lin Tian also felt a chill on his scalp. Although the black-robed middle-aged man was severely injured, he was still a great Dao realm elite after all. But now he had actually been swallowed in an instant. He suddenly recalled what Ling Yun had said to him. In the Milky Way that bordered the prosperous continent and the savage lands, there were many ferocious beasts that could easily swallow great Dao realm elites. Boom! The Milky Way surged, directly interrupting his heartbeat. The surface of the Milky Way became even more turbulent. Large waves surged up, and at this moment they were all about 100 feet tall. In comparison, these waves that were over 100 feet tall were far less astonishing than the waves that were over 100 feet tall from before. However, when these waves that were over 100 feet tall descended, Lin Tian felt as if his entire body had directly fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. This was because there was a ferocious Milky Way ferocious beast in these large waves. They either had scales, fins, or a single horn. Each of them emitted an extremely ferocious aura, as if they were great ferocious beasts of destruction that had charged out from an ancient demonic realm. There were a total of over 100 of them. How could this be? The azure-robed, middle-aged man was directly horrified. Roar! Over 100 ferocious beasts roared, once again stirring up shocking waves. Their demonic eyes were either demonic red, dark green, or dark blue. All of them were intertwined with ferocious colors, and their auras were horrifying. Little ant, quickly give me the divine fire furnace and eternal killing formation. I'll activate and use them. The azure-robed, middle-aged man shouted loudly, charging towards Lin Tian. With this move, he immediately encountered trouble. In the surroundings, over 100 ferocious beasts turned their heads as if they had seen a living and jumping food, and they all pressed over in unison. This scene scared the azure-robed, middle-aged man out of his wits on the spot. No, stop! In the blink of an eye, the azure-robed, middle-aged man was torn into pieces, and dazzling blood dyed a large area of the sea red. Lin Tianji felt his body turn cold. While over 100 ferocious beasts were fighting over the azure-robed, middle-aged man, he directly used the divine fire furnace to protect himself and stepped on the yin and yang hua to escape into the distance. At this moment, in this vast Milky Way, he had already lost his sense of direction. Now he was just fleeing in a random direction, only wanting to escape from the sight of these ferocious beasts. Roar! A ferocious roar sounded, and a ferocious beast turned its head to stare at him. It directly charged over, causing a huge wave to surge into the sky. Chapter 682. The waves surged. Lin Tian looked back and his scalp went numb. Behind him, a ferocious python-like beast that was dozens of feet long pounced. Its monster body rolled up waves. It was still far away, but he felt a terrifying, murderous aura. He gritted his teeth, and the divine furnace swept out a divine light. The Yin and Yang loon was even faster, shuttling through the heavenly river like lightning. Roar! The ferocious python-like beast roared. It directly shattered the divine furnace's murderous aura and instantly closed in. Lin Tian's expression changed. He blocked the divine furnace in front of him, and strands of divine power poured in. Dong! The ferocious python-like beast whipped the divine furnace with its tail, and it directly made a thunderous sound. Lin Tian coughed up blood. Together with the divine furnace, he flew away like a scarecrow. He only felt that all the bones in his body were broken. He used all his strength to stand in the void above the heavenly river, gasping for breath. The blood in his mouth dripped into the heavenly river bit by bit. Roar! A roar sounded. In the distance, the waves rolled, and the ferocious python-like beast pressed down again. At the same time, behind him, the ferocious beasts that appeared before pressed down together. Their terrifying, ferocious aura could split heaven and earth. Lin Tian's heart beat wildly. He turned around and fled. Unfortunately, his current state was too weak. Moreover, this was the heavenly river. How could his speed compare to the ferocious beasts that originally lived in this part of the heavenly river? In the blink of an eye, he was caught up again, and their sharp teeth bit at him. Go away! He gritted his teeth. The divine furnace protected his body. With a hum, he used all his strength to support the reincarnation diagram and press down on the ferocious beasts. However, the ferocious beasts didn't care at all. They roared loudly and directly pressed down. With a crack, the reincarnation diagram shattered on the spot. Lin Tian coughed up blood again and flew away. After detonating 16 immortal meridians, he was also greatly affected and severely injured. Now his combat power was less than 40% of his peak. The power of all his techniques was greatly reduced, and he couldn't stop these terrifying, ferocious beasts at all. Roar! The ferocious beasts roared together. Bloody, murderous aura intertwined in the air. Dense black light rushed from the ferocious beasts and pressed down. Lin Tian pushed the divine fire cauldron to the limit, blocking the streaks of black light, and his aura decreased bit by bit. Loud rumbling sounds rang out from time to time. The 100 or so ferocious beasts stirred up this space, causing it to be restless. The Milky Way boiled, and waves rolled up one after another, drowning Lin Tian from time to time. He coughed up blood repeatedly, and his essence, qi, and spirit were weakened to an extremely low level in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Lin Tian fled with all his might. He stepped on the Yin Yang Hua and flashed continuously. He only fled into the distance and did nothing else, because there was nothing else he could do. Boom! Gradually, the heavenly river began to boil again. Waves that were more than 1,000 feet high surged up, as if they were going to shatter the heavens. Lin Tian was in such a situation. He had to run away from a group of ferocious beasts and the waves of the heavenly river. He was in a sorry state, and his aura was weakening bit by bit. Finally, he became as weak as a candle flame. Boom! Another boom rang out, and a huge wave surged up, finally drowning him and sending him directly into the heavenly river. In an instant, the ice-cold seawater completely drowned him. Lin Tian was shocked and angry. He struggled with all his strength, wanting to rush out. However, he found that he had really reached his limit now, and it was difficult for him to rush out. At the same time, he was in the ice-cold heavenly river. The bone-piercing cold made his entire body cold. He felt that his hands and feet had become stiff and difficult to move. Even his vision had become blurry. I won't die, he was shocked and angry. However, even so, his vision became more and more blurry. He was surrounded by the water of the heavenly river, and his consciousness seemed to be slowly being sucked away. His body could not move, and he could only roar and struggle in his heart. The seawater shook and rumbled. Ferocious beasts appeared all around him. They were all as big as small mountains, and they rushed toward him from all directions. 3,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 500 feet, 300 feet. In the blink of an eye, the group of ferocious beasts was only 3 feet away from Lin Tian. Their bloody and murderous auras intertwined as they bit at Lin Tian at the same time. It was also at this moment that a rainbow-colored divine light rushed out. It was incomparably gentle. In the blink of an eye, it isolated the surrounding water of the heavenly river, forming a rainbow-colored divine light ball that was about 10 feet in diameter. It wrapped Lin Tian's body in it. More than 100 ferocious beasts suddenly trembled. They were like mice that had seen a cat. They trembled and revealed a look of horror. The rainbow-colored divine light lingered around Lin Tian's body, dragging Lin Tian's body. It did not float up. Instead, it slowly descended toward the bottom of the boundless heavenly river. More than 100 ferocious beasts trembled as they stared at this scene. Their instinctive fear made them not dare to move at all. The rainbow-colored divine light flashed. It was gentle and pure. Lin Tian's vision was blurry, but it did not mean that his consciousness had disappeared. It was not that he could not see at all. At this moment, he was aware of what was happening around him. In his sea of consciousness, the divine sword had moved. It overflowed with wisps of rainbow-colored divine light. Not only did it protect him, but it also shocked the more than 100 ferocious beasts. None of these ferocious beasts dared to come closer. This made him feel as if he had just walked through the door of death. If the divine sword had not moved, he would have been dead for sure. The rainbow-colored light flashed. It wrapped around his body and moved on its own. It seemed very slow, but it was not, because in just an instant he had lost sight of more than 100 ferocious beasts. The rainbow-colored light is moving on its own. The consciousness of the divine sword. He frowned. Where is this going? The divine light penetrated his body and protected him, making him feel warm. The wounds on his body healed at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, he was mostly healed. At this moment, his vision had truly returned to normal. He could clearly see his surroundings. The rainbow-colored divine light wrapped around him. He was not simply descending toward the bottom of the heavenly river. At the same time, he was also moving toward the far east. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, the rainbow-colored light wrapped around him. He did not know where he was moving toward. During this process, Lin Tian saw even more terrifying, ferocious beasts in the heavenly river. Among them, there were even beasts whose bodies were more than 500 feet tall. The aura they exuded was so terrifying that it was almost like the existence of the Nirvana realm. Just one look was enough to make his heart palpitate. Where am I going? Lin Tian frowned. He scanned his surroundings. More than a dozen ferocious beasts passed by. After seeing the rainbow-colored light around his body, they all trembled violently. He had already gotten used to this over the past few days, so he did not show any strange expression. The rainbow-colored light wrapped around him as he roamed in this heavenly river. He was moving toward the east. Just like that, another 3 days passed. On this day, the rainbow-colored light wrapped around Lin Tian. It was as if he had arrived at the bottom of the heavenly river. This caused Lin Tian to see a boundless darkness. It was as if it could swallow everything. Then, almost at the same time, Lin Tian felt a tremor in his sea of knowledge. The divine sword in it was buzzing and trembling. More rainbow-colored light rushed out from the sword body, like ripples spreading in all directions. This kind of light didn't just spread in his sea of knowledge, but really spread out. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding water of the heavenly river was pushed away, revealing a vacuum area with a radius of thousands of feet, dispelling all the darkness at the bottom. Below, there's a pile of rocks, very ordinary. Wang. A fist-sized rainbow-colored light was lying in the pile of rocks. It was bright, sacred, and crystal clear. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly and suddenly showed a look of surprise. This rainbow-colored light, he was too familiar with it. It was the same as the rainbow-colored light he obtained in the demon burial valley of the first heaven and the sword tomb of the second heaven. This is the sword soul fragment of the divine sword. At this time, he finally understood why the rainbow-colored light had been wrapping him in the heavenly river. It turned out that it had sensed the fluctuations of the sword soul fragment in this place. It's actually at the bottom of the heavenly river. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long in the Shang continent. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with light. In front of him, in the pile of rocks, the fist-sized rainbow-colored light flickered, like a child crying out in joy, echoing with the divine sword in his sea of knowledge. He didn't hesitate and stepped to the side of the rainbow-colored light. He stretched out his right hand, and the rainbow-colored light on the pile of rocks flew straight to him, buzzing in his chest. Then the rainbow-colored light circled around him, directly entering the sword mark in his right hand, passing through his body, then entered his sea of knowledge in the blink of an eye, came to the side of the mysterious iron sword, and fused with it. Boom! In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering divine power swept out, turning into a rainbow-colored beam of light that rushed out from his body, directly penetrating the heavenly river and into the thick clouds above the heavenly river, dyeing the sky in this place with a rainbow-colored halo. In his sea of knowledge, the divine sword vibrated, and gradually, the sword's body became brighter, with more mysterious Tao patterns flashing. Lin Tian had seen these Tao patterns before, but when he saw them again now, he was still shocked, because these Tao patterns were too profound, and he couldn't understand even a trace of them. Hum! The divine sword let out a soft hum again. After the sword soul fragment fused with it, suddenly a dense rainbow-colored light surged out of the sword, spreading to every corner of Lin Tian's body. Lin Tianyi was shocked, and immediately felt the extremely dense spiritual power fluctuations. He felt that the spiritual power contained in the rainbow-colored light was comparable to millions of pounds of lingjing. This surprised him. This was a gift from the sword soul, and this gift could definitely let him reach the second tier of the immortal ascension realm. Taking a deep breath, he quickly calmed himself down, then immediately sat down cross-legged in this place, quickly guiding the rainbow-colored light into his divine power, and began to refine it at the same time, using the divine power to refine his body. After one's cultivation entered the immortal ascension realm, there are two main points of cultivation. First, refine the divine power, making it purer. Second, absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and use the divine power to reconstruct the body. When the divine power was truly refined and the body was reborn 9 times, then the spiritual sense and divine consciousness would undergo a huge transformation and be able to sense the existence of the Great Path. Then, one could comprehend the Great Path precepts and enter the 6th realm, the Great Path realm. Chapter 683. Strands of 7-colored divine light floated in his body, flowing quietly like a small stream. Pinbook net. Lin Tian calmed his mind and focused, guiding the 7-colored light that was full of spiritual energy into his divine power, crushing the impurities in his divine power bit by bit. At the same time, he guided some of the 7-colored halo and strands of divine power into his flesh and blood to reforge his physique. This level of body forging was a basic preparation for comprehending and carrying the laws of the Great Path in the future. Divine light lingered in his body, and his essence, energy, and spirit were slowly rising. Lin Tian Wei closed his eyes and focused on cultivating silently. Just like that, 6 hours passed quickly. 6 hours later, with a boom, a gust of wind suddenly blew around Lin Tian. instantly sweeping away all the rocks around him. There was a very shocking aura contained in it. Second tier, connecting immortal. Lin Tian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. At this time, looking inside his body, he could clearly feel that the divine power in his body had become more crystalline and pure, and much more vigorous than before. As for his physique, it had naturally become stronger as well. However, it had only become slightly stronger. Most importantly, when he used his divine sense to observe it from the inside, he noticed that his flesh and blood now carried a trace of divinity and intelligence. A new physique forged with divine power for comprehending and carrying the laws of the great path is indeed a little different from before. He thought to himself, there were still strands of 7-colored light floating in his body. Lin Tian closed his eyes again and relied on the remaining 7-colored light in his body to slowly refine it, spreading it evenly to every corner of his body to consolidate his current cultivation. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. 2 hours later, Lin Tian's aura stabilized, and his cultivation of second tier connecting immortal was completely stabilized. He opened his eyes and nodded to himself. Now, it's time to think about what cultivation method to choose after connecting to immortality. He muttered to himself. Cultivation methods were different from martial skills, divine powers, and secret techniques. Simply put, cultivation methods were the foundation of cultivation, while martial skills, divine powers, and secret techniques were the moves used in battle. Before reaching the ascension plane, his cultivation method was known as the 4 extreme scripture, which was a combination of body refinement techniques and cultivation methods. However, as a body refinement technique, the 4 extreme scripture could be cultivated to the end of the path of cultivation, but as a method, it could only be cultivated to the end of the airborne realm. Now that he was already at the ascension plane, he needed to choose a method after that. This was because with a suitable cultivation method, the flow of divine power would be smoother. It would be of great help in future battles. The reason why he hadn't chosen a cultivation technique when he'd just entered the immortal ascension realm was because he was thinking about what to choose. Now, the complete ancient scriptures he had mastered were the Medicine Codex and the Dragon Burial Codex, both of which were arts of the ancient celestial lords. Both ancient scriptures contained cultivation methods for those who reached the celestial ascension realm. During this period of time, he had been comparing them and hesitating on which one to cultivate. Which one should I choose? He frowned. The Medicine Codex and the Dragon Burial Codex. No matter which one it was, the cultivation methods for those who reached the later stage of the ascension realm were extraordinary. Each had its own merits. As such, he didn't know how to choose. For a moment, he was rather hesitant. At this moment, in his sea of consciousness, the divine sword shook slightly, and a ray of light spread out once again. This ray of light flickered slightly. Then it suddenly turned into golden runes that leaped out like firebirds. In the blink of an eye, they covered every corner of his sea of consciousness, dancing around his sea of consciousness. They were blazing, bright, and somewhat dazzling. Lin Tian suddenly trembled as an obscure feeling appeared in his heart, causing his eyes to involuntarily widen slightly. Heart Sutra of the Sun. He couldn't help but be a little stunned. In his sea of consciousness, the dense golden runes moved again, turning into rays of blazing light of the sun and fusing into his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, he couldn't help but tremble again. God leads the 5 viscera, passes through the 6 viscera, and lives forever with the Tao. At this moment, the essence of the sutra appeared in his heart. The golden runes that fused into his sea of consciousness turned into rays of golden light, forming a divine power Tao diagram in his sea of consciousness. It carried with it a sense of vicissitudes, distant and vastness. Lin Tian's heart raced, and his hands trembled slightly. Heart Sutra of the Sun. This is the Sun, Heavenly Lord's cultivation method. Boom! Golden light shot into the sky like a divine sword, as if it was going to dye the entire bottom of the Milky Way golden. The golden runes formed a Tao diagram that flowed with divine power. It was ancient and profound, as vast as the universe. At this moment, Lin Tian seemed to hear someone preaching the sutra in his ears. Then his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger. Sun, Heavenly Lord, the Heart Sutra of the Sun. This is it. He clenched his fist slightly. Just by slightly comprehending it, he felt that, in terms of cultivation methods, the Heart Sutra of the Sun could be called the number one. He took a deep breath, and the divine power in his body trembled. He circulated it according to the essence of the Heart Sutra of the Sun. The Heart Sutra of the Sun was only a cultivation method for the late stage of immortal ascension. It didn't contain any killing divine powers. At this moment, he circulated the Heart Sutra of the Sun seriously. The divine power in his body trembled, and the silver divine power gradually turned golden. A faint golden light overflowed from the surface of his body. Following that, his essence, energy, and spirit became slightly stronger. Divine light flashed, and the golden light outside his body became thicker and brighter. In the end, the golden divine light wrapped around his body, making him look very majestic. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, he stopped cultivating, and the golden light outside his body slowly sank into his body. He used his divine sense to examine his body and discovered that his divine power had completely turned into a brilliant golden color. It was obviously much more powerful and vigorous than before. Moreover, the flow of his divine power had become more than 10 times smoother. It felt like it would never end. What a great Heart Sutra of the Sun! His eyes were shining. After cultivating the Heart Sutra of the Sun for 3 days, his body was completely compatible with this cultivation method. He could already make it circulate on its own. Although he was surprised that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had the Heart Sutra of the Sun Lord, he didn't care much about it. After all, the divine sword had always been very mysterious. His 4 extreme scriptures, Yin and Yang Hua, and formation control technique all came from the divine sword. The divination divine art, the medicine encyclopedia, and the dragon burial scripture all came from the divine sword. Now he suddenly felt that it was very normal for the divine sword to have the Heart Sutra of the Sun. This sword, is it really just a simple, primordial, chaos heavenly treasure? He suddenly frowned. When he was in the second heaven, Bai Qiu explained to him that only weapons that had reached the level of primordial chaos heavenly treasure could give birth to a weapon soul. At that time, he thought that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness belonged to the level of primordial chaos heavenly treasure, but now he was a little uncertain. He always felt that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness didn't seem to be just at the level of primordial chaos heavenly treasure. This divine sword was too mysterious and extraordinary. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for the time being. In the end, he shook his head. It was useless to think about these things now. It was useless to think too much about it. Boom! Suddenly a shocking sound was heard. At this time, the divine sword had completely sunk into the bottom of the sea of consciousness and became completely quiet. The water of the heavenly river that had been separated from the surroundings began to quickly converge towards the middle, rumbling. Lin Tian was slightly moved. It's time to leave. Without hesitation, he propped up a divine light curtain which shone with golden light. At the same time, he stepped on the Yin and Yang Hua and rushed up directly. Boom! At this moment, he almost pushed the Yin and Yang Hua to the extreme and suddenly jumped up like a golden lightning. The water of the heavenly river rumbled and pressed down, rolling up a whirlpool. The divine sword no longer overflowed with power. Lin Tian directly summoned the divine fire cauldron, using this high-grade Tao weapon to protect his body, and quickly rushed up to the heavenly river. During this process, he appeared to be very careful and maintained his speed at the peak. After 10 hours, a faint light came from above, and he could already see the swaying surface of the heavenly river. He was slightly happy, but he was not careless. He urged his speed again, and in the blink of an eye he rushed out of the surface of the heavenly river and came to a place 100 feet above the surface of the heavenly river. He stood there and looked from this place. The surroundings seemed very quiet. The surface of the heavenly river was very peaceful, and there were no monstrous waves like before. It was like a peaceful spring. He paused for a moment and quickly flashed in a direction. In the blink of an eye, he soared above the heavenly river for a full day and night. During this period, without the protection of the divine sword, he was almost in danger several times, and he was in a sorry state. It was also on this day that the shadow of the river bank suddenly appeared in front of him. This made him ecstatic. He pushed the yin and yang hua to the extreme, and golden light surged around his body. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed to the shore. Boom! A ferocious beast rushed out. It was more than 200 feet long, and its body was covered with black spikes. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at him. Lin Tian's expression changed. He moved 100 feet to the side and avoided the attack of the ferocious beast. Then he took a few big strides and reached the shore at the edge of the heavenly river. After reaching the riverbank, he took a few steps forward before he stopped and looked behind him. The ferocious beast that had rushed out from that place let out a low roar. It stared at Lin Tian in a sinister manner before it slowly disappeared into the heavenly river. Lin Tian let out a long breath. Once again, he realized how terrifying the heavenly river was. He was already at the edge, and there were still such terrifying, ferocious beasts. He shook his head and stopped paying attention to the heavenly river. He began to look around. As far as the eye could see, this place was very barren. The ground was dry and cracked, and there were brown rocks everywhere. This doesn't seem to be the bank of the heavenly river when I was thrown out of the space tunnel, he muttered to himself. He muttered to himself and then shook his head. The heavenly river was endless, and he didn't know how long it was. He escaped from the heavenly river. So how could he appear at the bank when he fell into the heavenly river? Shaking his head, he didn't stay in this place and went straight away. Not long after, he was about a few 100 feet away from the heavenly river. He didn't encounter the invisible barrier and resistance at the bank at the beginning, which surprised him. However, it was a good thing to be able to walk out. He naturally wouldn't think about how he could walk out of the heavenly river so easily. That would be asking for trouble. He rose into the air and walked even further away. He couldn't see the heavenly river anymore, and there were mountains around him. These mountains all towered into the clouds, grand and magnificent. However, there weren't many trees in the mountains, and they all looked very strange. The leaves were like needles, giving people a very sharp feeling. Shun Continent, there's such a place? He frowned slightly. Chapter 684. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Strands of 7-colored divine light floated in his body, flowing quietly like a small stream. Lin Tian calmed his mind and focused, guiding the 7-colored light that was full of spiritual energy into his divine power, crushing the impurities in his divine power bit by bit. At the same time, he guided some of the 7-colored light and strands of divine power into his flesh and blood to reforge his physique. This level of body forging was the foundation preparation for the future comprehension and bearing of the great path law. Buzz! Divine light lingered in his body, and his essence, energy, and spirit were slowly rising. Lin Tian Wei closed his eyes and focused on cultivating silently. Just like that, 6 hours passed quickly. 6 hours later, with a boom, a gust of wind suddenly appeared around Lin Tian, instantly sweeping away all the rocks around him. There was a very shocking aura contained in it. Second tier connecting immortal. Lin Tian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. At this time, when he looked inside his body, he could clearly feel that the divine power in his body had become more crystalline and pure, much more vigorous than before. As for his physique, it had naturally become stronger as well. However, it had only become slightly stronger. Most importantly, When he used his divine sense to observe it from the inside, he noticed that his flesh and blood now carried a trace of divinity and intelligence. A new physique forged with divine power for the comprehension and bearing of the great path law is indeed a little different from before. He thought to himself, there were still strands of seven-colored light floating in his body. Lin Tian closed his eyes again and relied on the remaining seven-colored light in his body to slowly refine it, spreading it evenly to every corner of his body to consolidate his current cultivation. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. 2 hours later, Lin Tian's aura stabilized, and his cultivation of second tier, connecting immortal, was completely stabilized. He opened his eyes and nodded to himself. Now, it's time to think about what cultivation method to choose after connecting to immortality. He muttered to himself. Cultivation methods were different from martial arts, divine abilities, and secret techniques. Simply put, cultivation methods were the foundation of cultivation, while martial arts, divine abilities, and secret techniques were combat moves. Before reaching the celestial ascension realm, his cultivation method was called the Four Extreme Scripture, which was a combination of body refinement techniques and cultivation methods. However, as a body refinement technique, the Four Extreme Scripture could be cultivated to the end of the path of cultivation, but as a method, it could only be cultivated to the end of the airborne realm. Now that he was already at the celestial ascension realm, he needed to choose a method after that. This was because with a suitable cultivation method, the flow of divine power would be smoother. It would be of great help to future battles. The reason why he didn't choose a cultivation technique when he first entered the immortal connecting realm was because he was thinking about how to choose. Now, the complete ancient scriptures he had mastered were the Medicine Codex and the Dragon Burial Codex, both of which were arts of the ancient celestial lords. Both ancient scriptures contained cultivation methods for those who reached the celestial ascension realm. During this period of time, he had been comparing them, hesitating on which one to cultivate. Which one should I choose? He frowned. The Medicine Codex and the Dragon Burial Codex. No matter which one it was, the cultivation methods for those who reached the later stage of the celestial ascension realm were extraordinary. Each had its own merits. As such, he didn't know how to choose. For a moment, he was rather hesitant. At this moment, in his sea of consciousness, the divine sword shook slightly, and a ray of light spread out once again. This light flickered slightly, then suddenly turned into golden runes that leaped out like firebirds. In the blink of an eye, they spread to every corner of the sea of consciousness, circling around the sea of consciousness as they leisurely jumped around. They were blazing, bright, and somewhat dazzling. Lin Tian suddenly trembled. An obscure feeling appeared in his heart, causing his eyes to widen slightly. Heart Sutra of the Sun. He couldn't help but be a little stunned. In his sea of consciousness, the dense golden runes moved again, turning into rays of blazing light of the sun and fusing into his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, he couldn't help but tremble again. God leads the 5 viscera, passes through the 6 viscera, and lives forever with the Tao. At this moment, the essence of the sutra appeared in his heart. The golden runes that fused into a sea of consciousness turned into rays of golden light, forming a divine power Tao diagram in his sea of consciousness. It carried with it a sense of vicissitudes, distant and vastness. Lin Tian's heart pounded wildly, and his hands trembled slightly. Heart Sutra of the Sun. This is the Sun Celestial Lord's cultivation method. Boom! Golden light shot into the sky like a divine sword, as if it was going to dye the entire bottom of the Milky Way golden. The golden runes evolved into a Tao diagram that flowed with divine power. It was ancient and profound, as vast as the universe. At this moment, Lin Tian seemed to hear someone preaching in his ears. Then his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger. Sun, Celestial Lord, the Heart Sutra of the Sun. This is it. He clenched his fist slightly. Just by slightly comprehending it, he felt that, in terms of cultivation methods, the Heart Sutra of the Sun could be called the number one. He took a deep breath, and the divine power in his body shook, circulating it according to the essence of the Heart Sutra of the Sun. The Heart Sutra of the Sun was only a cultivation method for the late stage of immortal ascension. It didn't contain any killing divine powers. At this moment, he circulated the Heart Sutra of the Sun seriously, and the divine power in his body shook. The silver divine power gradually turned golden, and a faint golden light overflowed from the surface of his body. Following that, his essence, energy, and spirit became slightly stronger. Divine light flashed, and the golden light outside his body became thicker and brighter. In the end, the golden divine light wrapped around his body, making him look very majestic. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, he stopped cultivating, and the golden light outside his body slowly sank into his body. He used his divine sense to look inside his body and discovered that his divine power had completely turned into a brilliant golden color. It was obviously much stronger and denser than before. Moreover, the flow of his divine power had become more than 10 times smoother. It felt like it would never end. What a great Heart Sutra of the Sun! His eyes were shining. After cultivating the Heart Sutra of the Sun for 3 days, his body was completely compatible with this cultivation method, and he could already make it operate on its own. Although he was surprised that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had the Heart Sutra of the Sun Lord, he didn't care much about it. After all, the divine sword had always been very mysterious. His 4 extreme scriptures, Yin and Yang Hua, and formation control technique all came from the divine sword. The divinatory divine art, medicine encyclopedia, and dragon burial scripture all came from the divine sword. Now, the divine sword had the Heart Sutra of the Sun, which he suddenly felt was a very normal thing. This sword, is it really just a chaos heavenly treasure? He suddenly frowned. When he was in the second heaven, Bai Qiu explained the Tao of weapons to him, saying that only weapons that reached the level of a chaos heavenly treasure could produce a weapon soul. At that time, he thought that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness belonged to the level of a chaos heavenly treasure, but now he was a little uncertain. He always felt that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness didn't seem to be just at the level of a chaos heavenly treasure. This divine sword was too mysterious and extraordinary. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for the time being. In the end, he shook his head. It was completely useless to think about these things now. It was useless to think too much about it. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking sound was heard. At this time, the divine sword had completely sunk into the bottom of the sea of consciousness and became completely quiet. The water of the heavenly river that was separated from the surroundings began to quickly converge towards the middle, rumbling. Lin Tian was slightly moved. It's time to leave. Without hesitation, he propped up a divine light curtain which shone with golden light. At the same time, he stepped on the Yin and Yang Hua and rushed up directly. Boom! At this moment, he almost pushed the Yin and Yang Hua to the extreme and suddenly jumped up like a golden lightning. The water of the heavenly river rumbled and pressed down, rolling up a whirlpool. The divine sword no longer overflowed with power. Lin Tian directly summoned the divine fire cauldron, using this high-grade Tao weapon to protect his body, and quickly rushed up to the heavenly river. During this process, he appeared to be very careful and maintained his speed at the peak. After 10 hours, a faint light came from above, and he could already see the swaying surface of the heavenly river. He was slightly happy, but he was not careless. He urged his speed again, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the surface of the heavenly river and came to a place 100 feet above the surface of the heavenly river. He stood there and looked from this place. The surroundings seemed to be very quiet. The surface of the heavenly river was very peaceful, and there were no monstrous waves like before. It was like a peaceful spring. He paused for a moment and quickly flashed in a direction. In the blink of an eye, he soared above the heavenly river for a full day and night. During this period, without the protection of the divine sword, he was almost in danger several times, and he was in a sorry state. It was also on this day that the shadow of the riverbank suddenly appeared in front of him. This made him ecstatic. He pushed the yin and yang hua to the extreme, and golden light surged around his body. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed to the shore. Boom! A ferocious beast rushed out. It was more than 200 feet long, and its body was covered with black spikes. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at him. Lin Tian's expression changed. He moved 100 feet to the side and avoided the attack of the ferocious beast. Then he took a few big strides and reached the riverbank at the edge of the heavenly river. After reaching the riverbank, he took a few steps forward before he stopped and looked behind him. The ferocious beast that had rushed out from that place let out a low roar. It stared at Lin Tian in a sinister manner before it slowly disappeared into the heavenly river. Lin Tian let out a long breath. Once again, he realized how terrifying the heavenly river was. He was already at the edge, and there were still such terrifying, ferocious beasts. He shook his head and stopped paying attention to the heavenly river. He began to look around. Looking around, this place was very barren. The ground was dry and cracked, and there were brown rocks everywhere. This doesn't seem to be the riverbank of the heavenly river that was thrown out of the space tunnel. He muttered to himself, then shook his head again. The heavenly river was endless, and he didn't know how long it was. He escaped from the heavenly river. So how could he appear at the riverbank where he fell into the heavenly river? Shaking his head, he didn't stay in this place and went straight away. Soon he was about a few hundred feet away from the heavenly river. He didn't encounter the invisible barrier and resistance that he encountered at the riverbank at the beginning, which surprised him. However, it was a good thing that he was able to walk out. He naturally wouldn't think about how he could walk out of the heavenly river so easily. That would be asking for trouble. He rose into the air, and soon he was even further away. He couldn't see the heavenly river anymore, and there were mountains around him. These mountains all towered into the clouds, grand and magnificent. However, there weren't many trees in the mountains, and they all looked very strange. The leaves were like needles, giving people a very sharp feeling. Shun Continent, there's such a place. He frowned slightly. P.S. The second update is about 17 p.m., and the third update is about 20 p.m. Because this is the estimated update time, there may be deviations. If the update is delayed, please forgive me. Thank you for everyone's support. Chapter 685. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with exciting novels to read. Although Lin Tian had not traveled to every corner of the Shun Continent, he was still quite familiar with the general situation of the Shun Continent after so long. There did not seem to be such a place in the Shun Continent. From the looks of it, those tall mountains were so astonishing, and those plants were also so special. If there was such a place in the Shun Continent, it should have been spread out long ago. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His body suddenly trembled slightly, and there was shock in his eyes. Could it be? In the distance, a dozen cultivators passed by. He hurriedly strode over there and arrived in the blink of an eye. Friend, may I know where this place is? He came in front of a yellow-robed young man. The yellow-robed young man's cultivation was not weak, but his expression was a little strange when he looked at Lin Tian. Fallen Moon Peak, you don't know? Fallen Moon Peak. A strange light flashed past Lin Tian's eyes. There was definitely no such place in the Shun Continent. He paused and asked the yellow-robed young man again, May I know where we are now? Large region. Isn't it just the barbarian land? The yellow-robed young man's expression became even more strange. He did not wait for Lin Tian to ask anything else, and directly walked away. A muttering sound came from afar. Is there something wrong with your brain? Lin Tian opened his mouth. It is indeed the barbarian land. Previously, he had actually already guessed that this place might be the barbarian land. But when he heard the yellow-robed young man's answer, he could not help but be speechless. He actually crossed the border of the heavenly river that even great virtue realm cultivators could not pass through. Moreover, it only took him slightly more than 10 days. When the seven-colored light that seeped out from the divine sword enveloped me, it seems that the speed of movement was really a little frightening. It was countless times faster than I imagined. That cluster of sword soul fragments should be on the side of the heavenly river that is close to the barbarian land. He thought to himself. Thinking of this, he could not help but smile bitterly. This matter was really unpredictable. However, this was a good thing. It also saved him the trouble of going to the Purple Clouds Empire to borrow the teleportation formation. He did not linger in this place, nor did he think any further. He directly soared into the air and strode off into the distance. In the sky, he looked at the barbarian land and found that it was much more desolate than the Shun continent. It was not as beautiful as the Shun continent. Many places were barren, and the area covered by vegetation was much worse than the Shun continent. Barbarian land, this name is quite appropriate, he muttered to himself. Literature building. Stepping on the void, he soon found other cultivators and inquired about the exact location of the space-time portal from the barbarian land to the fourth heaven. After that, without hesitation, he flew directly towards the space-time portal. This was his first time in the barbarian lands. But now, he was here to find the space-time door to enter the fourth heaven. Naturally, he would not waste any time in this land. About 5 days later, he came to a withered mountain and stone forest. He stepped on the dry ground and went straight in. Another hour later, he walked to the end of the stone forest. There was a huge stone platform in front of him. He didn't know what kind of stone the stone platform was made of. In the middle of it, there was a purple beam of light about 30 feet high, intertwined with mystery and majesty. At the same time, the surrounding air was filled with an aura of vicissitudes. The space-time portal to the fourth heaven. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a flash of light. After a few steps, he came to the edge of the space-time portal. When he came close to the space-time portal, the sense of vicissitudes in the air became stronger, and the sense of mystery and majesty also became stronger. Lin Tian took a deep breath, stepped on the stone platform, and came to the purple beam of light. Now his cultivation is at the second heaven of the immortal realm. As long as he steps into the purple beam of light, he can leave this heaven and enter the fourth heaven. He turned around and looked in Sheng Zhou's direction across the vast void. Many figures appeared in his mind. Shui Yi, the black flood dragon, Ling Yan, Lu Wei, the marvelous mathematician, Yan Ya, Xia Qingfeng and Xia Xiaoyu. These are his friends, partners, and elders. After a pause, he looked up at the vast sky, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Desolate shrine, one day I will step into the ninth heaven. His voice was a little cold. After a pause, he finally tilted his head and looked in the direction of Shenzhou. He no longer stayed and stepped into the space-time portal. The familiar darkness, the familiar silence, he couldn't see anything in his field of vision. In this space, he could feel a huge pressure, but he didn't panic. After all, he has passed through space several times. He was very quiet, motionless, just waiting silently. After an unknown amount of time, a little light suddenly appeared in front of him, and the surrounding darkness receded like a tide. Literature building. In the next moment, with a swoosh, he fell out of the void. At this time, he was standing on the edge of a stone platform. It was the same as the teleportation array in the barbarian land, but the surrounding environment was different. Compared to the teleportation array, this place was full of vitality, and there were many strange plants nearby. The fourth heaven, I finally arrived. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a flash of light. He glanced back at the space-time portal. The purple light was still the same from beginning to end, and the surrounding stone was still intertwined with the vicissitudes of time. He didn't hesitate or stop. He directly stepped out of this place and disappeared into the distance. Soon after, he was completely away from the space-time portal and truly saw the fourth heaven. As far as the eye could see, There were numerous giant mountains that seemed to contain boundless power. Great rivers flowed, and the spiritual energy was remarkable. The entire territory was so vast that it stretched as far as the eye could see. The aura is stronger than the third heaven, and the mountains and rivers are more beautiful than the third heaven. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with divine light. He controlled the dragon burial scripture, so he could clearly feel the earth's pulse. It was much stronger than the third heaven. Sure enough, the higher the heaven, the more suitable the environment is for cultivation. He muttered to himself. When he first arrived in the fourth heaven, he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. He casually stepped forward, preparing to take a look at the vast rivers and mountains. About a few hours later, he walked further away. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting in front of him. Looking up, he saw dozens of people fighting to the death in front of him. On one side, there were several burly men dressed in animal skins and cloth clothes. Their attacks were bold, and they looked very imposing. On the other side, there were more than 20 thin cultivators in black armor. These cultivators all had black marks on their faces, and their moves were very tricky. It was always impossible to guard against them. It was precisely because of this that although the blood aura of these burly men was very strong, they were still at a disadvantage. He glanced at them slightly and found that the 20 black-armored cultivators were obviously not human. Instead, they all had fluctuations similar to monster chi. After a pause, he didn't think much about it, nor did he care about other people's business. He followed his own path and walked into the distance. Clang! At this moment, a black light slashed at him at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian turned his head sideways. The black light landed in the distance and smashed a 1,000-kilogram rock into pieces. He frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the black light. "You dodged pretty fast." A sinister laugh sounded, and 3 black-armored cultivators approached him, emitting a gloomy and cold monster chi. Lin Tian looked at the 3 black-armored cultivators. "What do you mean?" "We just want to kill you. Did you see the battle between us and those barbarians just now?" If we kill them, it won't be good if you inform the barbarians." "What nonsense are you talking about? Kill him, and we'll have more meat later." The 3 black-armored cultivators smiled sinisterly. Boom! 3 cold monster lights swept out, sealing the surroundings, and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped forward with a calm expression, avoiding all the killing lights. "I don't want to interfere with what you are doing, and I'm too lazy to interfere, so you'd better not disturb me." His voice was indifferent as he continued to walk into the distance. Good speed. You do have some strength. Let's speed up too." The 3 black-armored cultivators' voices were cold. After saying that, the speed of the 3 black-armored cultivators increased by a lot. They were like 3 black lights entangling Lin Tian as they moved. All of a sudden, beams of killing light descended like rain, completely enveloping the area around Lin Tian within a few zhang radius. For a moment, sand and dust rose, and cracks appeared on the ground. After a dozen breaths, the 3 black-armored cultivators stopped, and the sand and dust gradually dissipated. Lin Tian stood in the middle, unharmed. Even the corners of his clothes were not torn, and there was not a speck of dust on his body. The 3 black-armored cultivators were shocked. "Is that enough?" Lin Tian's expression was still indifferent. "I'll say it again. I don't have time to interfere with your business, so don't disturb me." As soon as he finished speaking, he continued to walk into the distance. The 3 black-armored cultivators stared at Lin Tian, and their eyes became even more sinister. "You think we won't interfere just because you said so? So what if we won't interfere? Since you've passed through here, consider yourself unlucky. Becoming food for us is better than turning into dust after you die." The 3 black-armored cultivators pressed forward again. black, demonic light intertwined around their bodies, and their attacks were very vicious. They pressed toward Lin Tian's throat, heart, and head, respectively. Lin Tian's expression turned cold. He did not want to cause trouble and kept retreating, but the other party was getting more and more overboard. He casually raised his hand and slapped at one of the black-armored cultivators. With a crack, the weapon in the other party's hand shattered. Then his palm landed on the other party's body, and with a poof, it shattered into pieces. The other two black-armored cultivators were shocked. Their companion was killed by this person in front of them with a single slap. "You're courting death. Chop him into pieces." Soon, the shock on the two black-armored cultivators' faces disappeared, and their eyes became ruthless. They rushed toward Lin Tian together. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His action was simple, and he still slapped out with his palm. Poof! The person closest to him had his head smashed. Brain juice mixed with blood splattered on the ground, and it was a ghastly sight. The last black-armored cultivator's expression changed. Just as he was about to retreat, Lin Tian's right hand had already swung back. Poof! Blood splattered. The last black-armored cultivator was smashed into pieces, and his blood dyed the ground red. In the distance, the other black-armored cultivators were fighting with a few burly men. They turned their heads and looked over, and they were all shocked. "How dare you kill our people?" The leader of the black-armored cultivators ordered the other 5 black-armored cultivators beside him. "Go cut off his head, then chop it into minced meat." The 5 black-armored cultivators growled. Their mouths suddenly split open like the mouth parts of insects. Chapter 686. When Lin Tian saw the 5 black-armored cultivators open their mouths like insects, he narrowed his eyes. Please search Product and Book Yennet to see The Most Complete, a novel about ant race. Not long ago, an old drunkard told him about the various major cultivation clans in the 4th heaven. He also mentioned some of the characteristics of the major cultivation clans. The appearance of the 5 black-armored cultivators in front of him was very similar to the ant clan cultivators mentioned by an old drunkard. "Big brother, hurry up and leave. Those bastards from the ant tribe are extremely cruel." In the distance, a strong man shouted at Lin Tian. Whoosh! 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 At this time, the 5 black-armored cultivators had already rushed towards Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him. These 5 ant tribe cultivators were clearly stronger than the previous 3. They held swords and sabers in their hands that glowed with a cold light. He directly charged towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and smashed the ant tribe cultivator at the very front into pieces with a single slap. He then snatched the long sword from the ant tribe cultivator's hand and slashed forward. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The second of the 5 ant tribe cultivators who had rushed over was cut in half by the sword. The mutilated corpse fell to the ground and wriggled a few times before it stopped moving. All of a sudden, the other ant clan cultivators turned pale with fright. The 2 clan members that were killed just now were both at the 5th celestial stage of the Imperial Sky Realm. They were actually killed by this human youth in front of them, like cutting tofu. This made their hearts tremble. "What are you, Clang?" A sword chime rang out, sounding exceptionally ear-piercing. Lin Tian did not give the 3 ant clan cultivators a chance to continue. He simply slashed out 3 sword beams to sever the heads of the 3 ant clan cultivators. Blood splattered onto the ground, dyeing it red again. The other ant tribe cultivators in the distance were all shocked. So powerful! A few strong men were shocked. A few ant clan cultivators above the 5th level were actually killed so easily. Lin Tian held the long sword he had snatched with a calm expression. He didn't even spare a glance at the remains of the ant tribe cultivators on the ground as he walked toward the other ant tribe cultivators. This action undoubtedly caused everyone in the area to be shocked. How dare you take the initiative to attack us? The leader of the ant race said coldly. His eyes were filled with coldness. This subordinate will go and take his head. An ant tribe cultivator said. The ant clan cultivator was at the peak of the 8th heaven of the Zephyr realm. After he finished speaking, he took a step toward Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the ant tribe cultivator was right in front of Lin Tian, his expression sinister. Human, you're really looking for poo. Lin Tian raised his hand. He couldn't be bothered to listen any further. With a single slash of his sword, his opponent was reduced to a bloody mist. Blood splattered onto the ground. But his footsteps didn't change as he made his way toward the other dozen or so ant tribe cultivators. Damned humans! How dare you! An ant tribe cultivator at the 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm roared. With a whoosh, the ant tribe cultivator at the 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm charged over. With a stretch of his body, he directly transformed into a black, ferocious ant that was about 10 feet tall. It was quite frightening. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He casually waved his sword in front of him, and with a pu sound, the ant tribe cultivator was smashed into pieces. Instantly, the expressions of the ant tribe cultivators at this place completely changed. Their 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm cultivators would become even stronger when they unleashed their true forms. But now they were killed with a single slash. The leader of the ant tribe cultivators stared at Lin Tiandao coldly. Human, you've killed 10 of my people in a row. You've really got guts. Guts? You wanted to kill me for no reason as food. After I killed a few of you, you said such words. You're really useless. The word, ant, should have evolved from your race, right? Lin Tian's expression was calm. He walked over step by step and said casually, Also, my master doesn't have a good impression of your tribe. His words were direct and merciless, and it caused all the cultivators from the ant race to reveal sinister expressions. The leader of the ant tribe cultivator's expression turned cold, and his killing intent dissipated without hiding it. What a sharp-tongued thing! Boom! With a cry, the ant tribe cultivator's faint immortal aura surged. He directly raised his hand and slapped toward Lin Tian. Big brother, retreat quickly. Watch out. A few burly men shouted loudly. The other ant tribe cultivators all looked grim. The leader is at the 2nd level of the immortal connecting realm. Killing him is like chopping grass. You're dead, clang. The ear-piercing sound of a sword reverberated again, interrupting the ant tribe cultivators' voices. The long sword in Lin Tian's hand was calm. With a casual wave of his hand, a large wave of blood instantly appeared and beheaded the leader of the ant tribe cultivators. Then, the sword intent forced into the corpse, causing it to explode with a pu sound. For a moment, the entire place was silent. An immortal connecting realm cultivator was killed with a single slash. So powerful. The few burly men's eyes widened, and they could not help but tremble slightly. In contrast, the remaining 11 ant tribe cultivators all revealed looks of fear. All of them stopped attacking the burly men. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian, the ant tribe cultivators could not help but retreat. Their leader, who was at the 2nd level of the immortal connecting realm, was killed with a single slash. How terrifying was his combat strength! How could they resist? Among them, the strongest was only at the 8th level of the immortal connecting realm. What could they use to resist the person in front of them? Step by step, the ant tribe cultivators retreated. Then, without hesitation, they all fled into the distance. Clang! The sound of a sword reverberated, and dense sword light descended from the sky, directly sealing off the surroundings. With a few pu sounds, 3 ant tribe cultivators at the 5th level of the immortal connecting realm died, tragically, slashed into a bloody mist. At the same time, the other 8 ant tribe cultivators were also forced back, looking extremely miserable. Among them, an ant tribe cultivator at the 8th level of the immortal connecting realm gritted his teeth and said, "Human, human, do you want to help these barbarians and become enemies with my ant tribe?" "So what if I do?" Lin Tiandao, with a casual wave of his sword, he cut the ant tribe cultivator, who spoke into a bloody mist on the spot. Not long ago, when the old drunkard mentioned the 4th heaven to him, he said that the members of the ant race are very cruel and cruel. He doesn't have the slightest good impression of this race, which naturally made him have no good impression of this race. Now he came to the 4th heaven, just passing by, but these ant tribe cultivators wanted to kill him and treat him as food, which made him feel a strong sense of disgust. In the beginning, when the other party wanted to kill him, he retreated twice in a row, but it was useless. They just wanted to kill him. So what else could he say? Naturally, he had to give them an eye for an eye. In addition, he really did want to help these burly men because, when the 5 ant tribe cultivators were charging towards him earlier, these burly men had loudly warned him to flee even though they were in danger, so he had a very good impression of them. There were still 7 ant tribe cultivators here, and they were all trembling at this moment. One of them tried to put on a brave front and said, "You won't have a good ending if you go against our tribe. The powerhouses of our tribe will noisy." Lin Tiandao's expression was indifferent. He raised the long sword in his hand and directly cut the ant tribe cultivator into pieces. For a time, the other 6 ant tribe cultivators were shocked, frightened, and regretful. The human in front of them was just passing by. Why did they have to provoke him? Now they actually kicked an iron plate. "You let us go, we promise. We will not report this matter to our tribe, and we will not trouble you in the future," one of the ant tribe cultivators said with a trembling voice. Lin Tiandao's expression didn't change. He directly raised his hand and waved his sword, and a dozen sword lights swept out like lightning. Puff! 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 The 6 ant tribe cultivators didn't even have time to scream before they exploded. All of them died tragically, and only blood splattered in the surroundings. Lin Tiandao glanced at them and casually threw the long sword in his hand to the ground, which made a crisp clang sound. The burly men's eyes widened in shock. After hearing the metallic clang of the long sword on the ground, they came back to their senses and hurried over, bowing to Lin Tiandao in unison. "Big brother, no. Benefactor, thank you so much." The burly men were all heavily injured, and the cloth clothes and beast skins on their bodies were all stained red with blood. Lin Tiandao shook his head and said, "No need for guests." Boom! At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if 10,000 fierce horses were galloping. In the distance, a burly young man appeared. He ran toward this place like a wild beast, and every step he took shook the ground. This young man was also wearing beast skins and cloth clothes. When he saw that the burly men were covered in blood, his eyes instantly turned red, and he directly threw a punch at Lin Tiandao. "Damn it! You hurt my tribesmen so badly." This punch was so fast that it caused the surrounding space to distort. Lin Tiandao's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his right hand to block. Boom! The young man's fist landed on Lin Tiandao's right palm, and a muffled sound like the beating of a war drum rang out. Lin Tiandao hurriedly blocked, and suddenly his body shook violently. A terrifying force surged up, causing him to stagger back until he was more than 10 meters away. Damn it! The burly young man was clearly furious, and he raised his fist to smash Lin Tiandao again. "Stop! Hero, stop!" "Fanning Xiong, what are you doing? You hit the wrong person." The burly men's expressions changed, and some of them rushed forward to grab the young man's waist and drag him away. "This is our benefactor who saved our lives." The burly men shouted loudly. The burly young man's expression froze, and his fist stopped in midair. He opened his mouth and stared at Lin Tiandao, who was more than 10 meters away, and then looked at the burly men who were holding him back. "What This is our benefactor. Of course. Look at what you've done. The burly men said angrily, and quickly recounted the sequence of events. The burly young man glanced at the scattered corpses of the ant tribe cultivators on the ground, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. He quickly ran to Lin Tiandao and stammered, benefactor! I'm sorry. I saw that my uncles were covered in blood, and I thought it was you who—" The burly young man's cheeks flushed red, and he looked very embarrassed. Suddenly he bowed 90 degrees to Lin Tiandao and said loudly, "I'm sorry." "Lin Tiandao, it's okay, I understand," he said. Although the burly young man punched him, it was because of a misunderstanding, and now he was apologizing so sincerely, which gave people a feeling of honesty and honesty. Naturally, Lin Tiandao didn't care. At this time, what he really cared about was the young man's physical body, which was too strong. It should be known that he was a reincarnated body, and his physical body had always been his proudest point. However, just now he was punched more than 10 meters away by the burly young man, and it made his right hand ache, which was really a little scary. Although he just raised his hand to block in a hurry and didn't use all of his physical strength, it was still very shocking and made him a little shocked. Chapter 687. Lin Tian stared at the burly young man in front of him. He was really surprised. The other party looks younger than him, about 19 years old, but his physical strength is simply abnormal. Pin booknet. He put his right hand behind his back and clenched his fist slightly. Divine power flowed through his hand, and the pain in his right hand slowly faded, no longer as intense as before. The burly young man apologized repeatedly, scratching his head from time to time, looking very embarrassed. During this process, Lin Tian learned the other party's name, Fanning Xiong. In Fanning Xiong's words, when he was born, his parents hoped that he would become a great hero in the future, so they named him Ingxiong. "Benefactor, what's your name? How old are you?" Fanning Xiong asked. "Lin Tian, 20. Lin Tian said simply, "What a coincidence! I just turned 20. Fanning Xiong smiled. Both of them are of the same age, and as they chatted, they quickly became familiar with each other. "Little brother Lin, why don't you come to our place? Let us entertain you." A burly man invited him. Lin Tian thought for a while, nodded, and didn't refuse. He came to the fourth heaven for the first time, and although he already knows the power structure of this heaven, he doesn't know much about other things. It just so happens that there are some things he wants to ask these people. Immediately, he followed Fanning Xiong and several burly men towards the southeast. Soon after, he followed them into a very small tribe. There are about 100 families living in an old forest. The air is very good, and the aura is very strong. From time to time, he could hear the roars of beasts coming from the nearby mountains. "Ali, why are you covered in blood? What happened? Didn't you go to the central tribe to report something? How did you get so seriously injured?" In the small tribe, many people came out and frowned when they saw several burly men covered in blood. At the same time, the old patriarch of the small tribe also came out. He was holding a yellow wooden cane, and his cheeks were full of wrinkles. He asked the burly men what happened. "When I returned from the central main race, I encountered a group of bastards from the ant race. They were all very strong. A few burly men cursed in a low voice. Then they remembered and introduced Lin Tian to the old patriarch. Patriarch, this is little brother Lin Tian. If it wasn't for little brother Lin, we wouldn't have been able to come back alive. There weren't many people in this small tribe, only about 200 in total. After learning that Lin Tian had saved a few strong men, they all seemed very grateful. Thank you, young friend." The old patriarch stepped forward. "Old man, there is no need to be so courteous. It's only right for me to do so. Junior just doesn't like those cultivators from the ant colony." Lin Tiandao. He sensed a little. This old patriarch's cultivation was not weak, at the sixth heaven of connecting immortal. However, His chi and blood were already very withered. Clearly, he did not have much life left. Those bastards from the ant race will die a horrible death. I'll crush them sooner or later. Mother asterisk cur. Kill them all. Don't even leave a seed. Some people cursed. From the words of these people, Lin Tian knew that these people belonged to the barbarian race. This place was a very small branch tribe of the barbarian race. The so-called central main race was the main race of the barbarian race. The main race was much stronger than the branch tribes here. Between the barbarian race and the ant race, the former was bold, while the latter was cruel. The two races had always been at odds. Unfortunately, we are only a small branch tribe. If we want to completely destroy those bastards, we need the central main race to do it. Don't think about it. It won't be that easy for the central main race to do it. After all, those bastards from the ant race are still very strong. Then let's wait. Someone looked at Fan Ningxiong and said fiercely, "When the hero truly grows up, he will destroy those bastards." A strange light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes as he looked at Fan Ningxiong. It seemed that Fan Ningxiong was very popular among these people. He thought about it in his heart and suddenly nodded to himself. Indeed, it's worth looking forward to. Fan Ningxiong. This burly young man's physical body was too strong. If it was purely a physical confrontation, even he, a reincarnated person who had survived 2 heavenly tribulations, was not confident that he could easily defeat him. This person was not simple. In the future, I will definitely destroy those bastards. Fan Ningxiong also spoke at this time, clenching his fists. Okay, stop fooling around. The old tribal leader coughed and looked at Lin Tian with a smile. First, entertain the guests. Yes. Entertain the guests. My family has just caught a violent tiger. The meat is good. I will go and get it to entertain Brother Lin. My family has century-old wine. It's very strong. Brother Lin will definitely like it. I have running 8 meat. It's also very good. My family has some too. Get it right away. The barbarian cultivators of the small tribe were very enthusiastic. Before long, they each brought out strong wine and good meat and set up a trench fire. At this time, the sky had already darkened. The stars in the sky flashed, sprinkling silver starlight. Brother Lin, come, let me toast you. I'll drink too. Brother, come. Ha, brother. You have a good tolerance for alcohol. Bold laughter resounded. Lin Tian originally didn't like drinking, but the people of the small tribe were so enthusiastic. They all toasted with him, so he naturally couldn't refuse. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Of course, he understood. Moreover, he was a powerful cultivator. Although he didn't like drinking, his tolerance for alcohol was definitely not bad. This kind of ordinary strong wine, no matter how much he drank, it was impossible for him to get drunk. Midnight was approaching, and there were more stars in the sky. The trench fire in the small tribe flickered. Many strong barbarians were drunk, and a dozen of them were sprawled on the ground. Only the few strong barbarians that Lin Tian saved in Fan Ningxiong were still very sober, because their cultivation was not weak. In addition, there were a few other strong barbarians who were not drunk. Their cultivation was in the flight realm. Lin Tian spoke at this time. He briefly described Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu, then asked the few strong barbarians of the small tribe, "Brothers, have you ever heard of this pair of siblings in this heaven?" He learned from the divine mathematician that Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu came to the 4th heaven. Now that he has also arrived in this heaven, he naturally wants to know more about Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu. This is also the main reason why he followed the burly men and Fan Ningxiong to this small tribe. This pair of siblings. The few strong barbarians thought about it seriously, and soon they looked a little embarrassed. That Brother Lin, sorry, I don't seem to have heard of them. Me neither. No, this sorry. The few strong barbarians said one after another. It's okay. Lin Tian shook his head. He thought about it. When he was in the third heaven, Baiziki and Baichio didn't show much of their fame. They were very low-key. It seems that this has something to do with Baiziki. That guy has always been very calm, and he probably didn't show too much of his strength in the fourth heaven. Otherwise, the fourth heaven would have been shaken long ago. After all, both brother and sister have king body. Brother Lin, you can go to the center of the heaven. Maybe there will be news about your friends. One of the strong barbarians said. Lin Tian nodded. Although he was a little disappointed that he didn't get any news about Baiziki and Baichio, he didn't think too much about it. Come, come, there is meat and wine, Brother Lin, let's eat and drink. The people here were very enthusiastic. Lin Tian smiled slightly and took a golden, roasted lamb leg from the hand of a strong barbarian. This is not a simple lamb, but a powerful peak level 9 monster beast called Red Flame Sheep. It is the favorite meat of the barbarians. Midnight gradually passed, and the humidity in the air became a lot thicker. By the way, among the strong barbarians, saved by Lin Tian, one of them said, when we rushed back from the central region, we heard that on the other side of the distant mountain, a powerhouse discovered an ancient relic, which attracted the attention of many young sovereigns. Someone was surprised. It is said that the young sovereigns of each race have monstrous combat strength. They can even kill half-step great Dao powerhouses. They are known as the future kings of this heaven. That ancient relic actually attracted the attention of such powerhouses. The strong barbarian who spoke first nodded and said, that ancient relic is said to be huge and extraordinary. Moreover, from time to time, 7-colored divine light flashed from inside. Many powerhouses said that there must be some great treasures inside. Some of the others were very surprised. Lin Tian sat next to them. The shock on his face was the strongest. There was even a bright light flashing in his eyes. It was very shocking. Brother, where is that ancient relic? He asked quickly. The shock on his face wasn't because of the ancient era's ruins itself, nor was it because the ancient era's ruins had attracted many young supremes who could kill half-step great Dao experts. The true reason for his shock was the rainbow divine light. When he heard these words, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness glowed with 7 colors, and the 3 fragments of the sword soul he found were also of 7 colors. Now that he heard the strong barbarian say that there were 7-colored divine lights flashing in the ancient relic, how could he not be concerned? It was very likely that there were sword soul fragments in that ancient relic. Seeing that Lin Tian was slightly excited, the strong barbarian was slightly surprised. However, he did not hesitate and said, "It is behind the mountain in the north. It is not close or far from here. If you fly, you can reach it in about a day." As he spoke, the strong barbarian described the location of the ancient relic and its surrounding environment in detail. "Thank you," Lin Tian said seriously. He stood up and looked at the mountain in the north across the void. Wisps of light flashed in his eyes. "Brother Lin, are you going?" Fan Yingxiong asked at this time, after interacting with each other for a few hours. This simple and honest, burly young man had completely become familiar with Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. The 7-colored divine light flashed in the ancient relic. It was very likely that there was a 4th sword soul fragment. This thing was very important to him. He naturally had to go and take a look. "I will go with you. I used to go hunting around that mountain. I am more familiar with that place." Chapter 688. Lin Tian wanted to decline politely. He did not want to trouble others, and there was no need to trouble others. However, Fan Yingxiong was too enthusiastic. He also said that he wanted to explore the ancient ruins and experience it. In the end, he had to give up and agree to go with Fan Yingxiong. "When are we going?" "I'll prepare." Fan Yingxiong was a little excited. Lin Tian gazed into the distance, pondered for a moment, and said, "I want to move out right now." The sword soul fragment was too important to him. now that he had heard that a young paragon from the various clans who could kill a half-step great Dao expert had crossed over. He naturally couldn't sit here peacefully. It wouldn't be good if something unexpected happened. In the end, the other strong men of the barbarian tribe nodded. After reporting to the old chief, they agreed to let Fan Ingxiong go. "Let's go, Brother Lin. I'm ready." Fan Ingxiong changed his clothes into a black beast skin coat. He looked like an ancient warrior. "Okay, Lin Tiandao." After saying that, he nodded to the other strong men of the small barbarian tribe and immediately strode out. "Uncle, old chief, we'll be back soon," Fan Ingxiong said. The two walked out of the small tribe together and soared into the sky, flying toward the mountain in the north. At this moment, the sky was not really bright, and the stars were still bright. Lin Tian and Fan Ingxiong went together. After about half a day, they finally crossed the mountain in the north and appeared on the other side of the mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was a canyon in the distance. Wisps of grayish-black mist floated out from it and lingered in the surroundings. At this time, many cultivators had gathered outside the canyon, and all of them had extraordinary vitality. "It's over there." Fan Ingxiong pointed in that direction, but then he felt a little strange and muttered, "But it's a little strange. I used to come here often, but I've never seen such a canyon. When you came here before, there should be a powerful restriction around the canyon. Coincidentally, that restriction was broken recently, so it was discovered by other experts." Lin Tian analyzed. Fan Ingxiong thought about it and felt that Lin Tian made a lot of sense. "Let's go in." Lin Tiandao. It was unknown how long the seven-colored divine light had been open for. Many people had walked in, and he didn't want to delay. Fan Ingxiong nodded and strode forward beside Lin Tian. Soon, the two of them were close to each other. When he got closer, Lin Tian found that there were about 200 people surrounding this place. However, they all seemed a little angry because there were more than 10 powerful ant tribe cultivators standing in front of the canyon, blocking other cultivators from entering the canyon. "My clan's little king has gone inside. You are not allowed to disturb my clan's little king's treasure hunt." The leading ant tribe cultivator spoke arrogantly. The other ant race cultivators sneered. Their eyes were sinister as they stared at everyone present. The swords and sabers in their hands flickered with cold light. "I'll kill whoever takes a step forward," the leading ant tribe cultivator said. "Yes, understood." "Understood. Whoever dares to come forward will be chopped into minced meat and swallowed," the group of ant tribe cultivators said coldly. Many cultivators surrounded this place and glared at the group of ant tribe cultivators. However, they didn't dare to say anything. Most of them were itinerant cultivators. They didn't have any forces backing them. Those who had forces backing them were only from small clans. They were far from being comparable to large clans like the ant tribe, so they didn't dare to provoke them. "I advise you to get lost. Don't try to enter the ancient ruins. You're not qualified. The ruins behind you belong to the little king of the ant tribe." The leading ant tribe cultivator looked at the crowd and laughed eerily. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Now leave. If you don't leave after 10 breaths of time, we'll personally send you to hell." The group of cultivators was shocked and angry. Although many of them were stronger than the ant tribe cultivators here, they still didn't dare to do anything because they were afraid of offending the entire ant tribe. Many of them shook their heads and retreated angrily, ready to leave this place. "That bunch of bastards." Fan Ingxiong, who was next to Lin Tian, glared at them. The barbarian tribe and the ant tribe had always been on bad terms. Previously, a few tribesmen from a small tribe were almost killed by the ant tribe. Now that he saw the ant tribe cultivators who were so arrogant and despotic, Fan Ingxiong couldn't stand it. He took a step forward and punched the leading ant tribe cultivator. Boom! The powerful punch caused the entire void to rumble. The leading ant tribe cultivator obviously didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him in this place. Moreover, the power was so terrifying. He immediately retreated and shouted sternly, "How dare you die?" Fan Xiong was an honest and straightforward person. However, when he saw the ant tribe cultivator, his face was filled with killing intent, and his fist was even stronger. With a poof, the leading ant tribe cultivator was smashed into a bloody mist by Fan Xiong. Some of the cultivators around were shocked. Is this a barbarian? What a strong physical body. That punch just now, it's simply, many people were shocked. There were many other ant tribe cultivators outside the canyon. When they saw Fan Xiong kill their leader on the spot, all of them changed their expressions. The power of that punch seemed to be able to shatter everything, causing the ant tribe cultivators to panic. Barbarian, our young Supreme Master is in the valley. How dare you barge in here? You're courting death. Some ant tribe cultivators roared, but they were retreating. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They were all shocked by Fan Xiong's punch just now. Fan Xiong glared at the group of ant tribe cultivators. Hurry up. Don't waste time with them. Lin Tian stepped forward and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a supreme sword appeared in his hand. He waved it casually, and the thunder flame sword ray-shot into the sky. Poof! 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 Blood splashed everywhere. In front of the canyon, all the ant tribe cultivators died. They didn't even have time to scream. Let's go, he said to Fan Xiong, put away his long sword, and stepped into the canyon. Fan Xiong nodded and spat at the bloody corpses of the ant tribe cultivators on the ground. He also stepped into the canyon. That burly young man is an expert of the barbarian tribe. He has never been on good terms with the ant tribe. But then, what about that handsome young man? He actually dared to attack the ant tribe like this. Isn't he afraid of the ant tribe's revenge? That sword strike just now was terrifying. He killed all of them with one sword strike. These ant tribe cultivators are all in the airborne realm. Could it be that he's also an expert of a large clan? Many people were shocked. However, the shock on their faces soon disappeared, and they were all pleasantly surprised, because at this time, all the ant tribe cultivators who were guarding outside the canyon to prevent them from moving forward were all killed. They could rush into the canyon and enter the ancient ruins that had been discovered. Entering that place, they might be able to obtain a heaven-defying opportunity. Let's go, someone said. Instantly, the crowd rushed into the canyon like a swarm of bees, rushing towards the ancient ruins inside. Lin Tian stepped into the canyon. At first, he could see some simple plants, but gradually, as he and Fan Xiong went deeper into the canyon, no green plants could be seen on the ground. Even dead trees could not be seen. The ground became a little red, and more grayish-black mist intertwined in the air. Moreover, the air became a little cold. Lin Tian gradually frowned. This place was a little ominous. Be careful, he said to Fan Xiong. Don't worry. If gods come, we'll kill gods. If demons come, we'll kill demons. Fan Xiong was very bold. Lin Tian smiled and did not say anything. He continued to walk forward. At this time, they had already truly entered the so-called ancient ruins. The ground around them had become even redder. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they saw large rocks that were about 3 meters tall. They were scattered all over the place like a stone forest. Not long after stepping into the stone forest, many cultivator corpses appeared on the ground. Next to them were the corpses of several other humanoid creatures. They had fangs in their mouths and green scales on their bodies. They were intertwined with a strong murderous aura. Their foreheads were all pierced. Yiksha. A ray of light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Yiksha was a powerful monster. Even the weakest one could kill a powerful cultivator at the fourth heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. He encountered a few of them in the God Burial Mountain of the third heaven. At that time, those Yikshas killed countless cultivators above the sixth heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. Later, they were surrounded and killed by a group of powerhouses. But now there were several corpses of such monsters lying quietly in this place, and all of them had a bloody hole between their eyebrows. Their corpses were intact. Obviously, they were all killed by a single blow. In this case, the person who killed them was a little terrifying. There is a special monster power of the ant clan remaining near the eyebrows of these Yikshas. It should be the work of the young supreme master of this clan. Fan Ingxiong clenched his fists. Lin Tian naturally noticed this, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. "Let's continue to move forward," he said. Without hesitation, he stepped into the depths of the ancient ruins again with Fan Ingxiong. After walking for a long time, the sound of fighting came from the front. Lin Tian and Fan Ingxiong approached and looked up. There were many cultivators in front of them, and 4 of them were fighting for a fist-sized jade. "The jade belongs to me." A young man in black armor was surrounded by black light, and his eyes were cold. "Humph!" A red-haired young man snorted coldly, raised his big hand, and a bloody light flashed. "The jade belongs to whoever is the strongest." A green-haired young man laughed sinisterly, making people feel cold just by looking at him. At the same time, a young man in black clothes also made a move. Dark shadows and killing lights intertwined between his 5 fingers, fighting for the jade. The combat strength of these 4 people was terrifying, which made some other cultivators who came here feel terrified. Many people retreated, fearing that they would be involved in the battle of these 4 powerhouses. Lin Tian came here and learned the identities of these 4 people from the discussion of some cultivators. The black-armored young man was the young supreme master of the Ant Clan. The red-haired young man was the young supreme master of the Bloodwolf Clan. The green-haired young man was the young supreme master of the Insect Clan. And the black-shirt young man was the young supreme master of the Dark Shadow Clan. The jade that the 4 of them were fighting for had already gained intelligence. It was a divine material for refining divine weapons, and its value was immeasurable. Staring at these 4 people, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. These 4 people were indeed very strong. The weakest of them was at the 7th heaven of the reaching immortal realm, which made him feel pressured. Suddenly, the young supreme master of the Ant Clan looked over, and his cold eyes fell on Lin Tian and Fan Ingxiong. "You have the smell of my clan's blood on you." Chapter 689. Lin Tian did not say anything in the face of the young Ant Supreme being's cold gaze. He just glanced at him indifferently and then looked into the depths of the ancient ruins. Please search product #BookYenNet to see the most complete. In the depths of the ancient ruins, the gray fog was even thicker. It was difficult for one's divine perception to see through it. He stared at it seriously. At this moment, he did not see the 7-colored divine light. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness also did not show any unusual movements. "Why do you smell the blood of my people? Speak." The young Ant Supreme being shouted cruelly as he fought with the other 3 for the psychic jade. King, Ant Tribe. You intercepted my people halfway, and I killed a group of them. You wanted to block our way, and I killed another group of them. What can you do? Come here if you have the guts. I'll smash you to death." Fan Ingxiong shouted. Lin Tian was a little surprised when he heard that. This young barbarian looked very honest, but he was not stupid. His words made him feel a little touched. He knew very well that the other party was deliberately shouting like that. Although one part of it was because he was angry at the Ant Tribe, the other part was probably because he was worried that the Ant Tribe would deal with him. He wanted to take all the blame. After all, when he first rescued those burly men, he was the one who killed the 20 or so Ant Tribe cultivators. When they entered the ancient ruins just now, the other party only killed the leading ant tribe cultivator. The rest were killed by him. He was a little surprised, but the other cultivators all widened their eyes and stared at Fanning Xiong as if they had seen a ghost. Who is this barbarian? How dare he talk to the young Ant Supreme Being like that? How fierce! The young Ant Supreme Being can kill a half-step, great Tao cultivator. Even many of the older generation cultivators are scared of him. This barbarian, actually, many people swallowed their saliva. The young Ant Supreme Being's eyes became even colder, filled with cruelty and mercilessness. It has always been my people who kill others. Since when did it become someone else's turn to kill my people? Staring at Fanning Xiong, the young Ant Supreme Being's words were cold. A cold killing intent intertwined in the space, causing the temperature of the place to drop by more than 10 degrees. Come here, I'll smash you to death. Fanning Xiong was very fierce. Everyone, even Lin Tian, was a little speechless. He couldn't help but want to laugh. Fanning Xiong's "I'll smash you to death" was really too smooth. You are courting death. The voice of the young supreme being of the ant race became even colder. While fighting for the psychic jade, he also freed his hand and pointed a finger at Fanning Xiong, creating a huge black hole in the void. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. With a sweep of his right hand, a beam of golden sword light shot out. Clang! With an ear-piercing sword cry, the Ant Clan's young supreme being's black light was shattered. He actually dared to take the killing ray of the young supreme of the Ant Clan. Who is this person? Are you friends with that barbarian? Isn't that obvious? Since they walked in together, they must be friends. Even if they aren't, they must be in the same group. However, that sword strike just now was really powerful. Very strong indeed. Many people were shocked. The young supreme being of the ant race looked at Lin Tian coldly. Neither of you will have a good ending. As he fought for the psychic jade, more black lights rushed out of his body. They were like immortal killing swords, slashing toward Lin Tian and Fanning Xiong at the same time. Run! Some of the cultivators not far from Lin Tian and the young supreme being were all shocked. They immediately retreated, afraid that they would be implicated. Lin Tian snorted. He took a step forward, and his fierce aura turned into a huge golden wave, shattering all the black lights that the young supreme being of the ant race swept out. I really don't have a good impression of the stinky ants of your race. He no longer stood still. With a single step, he crossed dozens of feet and directly pressed toward the young supreme being of the ant race. Clang! He didn't have a sword in his hand, but a golden divine light sword condensed. With a casual wave of his hand, thousands of golden sword rays were shot out. For a moment, the sword whistled and slashed toward the young supreme being of the ant race from all directions, stirring up a gust of sword wind. This scene caused many of the cultivators in this place to be fiercely shocked, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. He's actually charging toward the young supreme being of the ant race. He's even more ferocious than that barbarian. And he actually called the ant race stinky ants. How arrogant. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Who was the young supreme being of the ant race? More than a year ago, he had already become famous in the fourth heaven. He could even kill a half-step great Tao powerhouse. But now, this seemingly delicate young man in front of him was actually so domineering. Moreover, he actually called the ant race stinky ants in front of the young supreme being of the ant race. He really has the guts of a god. Someone shrank his neck. Clang! The sword whistled again, and it was very ear-piercing. Lin Tian's golden sword energy swept over, destroying everything as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. With a crack, the void directly shattered. Then, in the blink of an eye, the golden sword energy closed in on the young supreme being of the ant race. The young supreme being of the ant race said coldly. While fighting for the psychic jade, he attacked and shattered all the sword energy. "Ant, are you talking about you? It seems that your race's true forms are all ants." Lin Tian sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, his speed suddenly increased. In an instant, he appeared in front of the young supreme being of the ant race. The divine light, sword in his hand, directly slashed at the young supreme being. His speed was a little fast. Even someone as strong as the young supreme being of the ant race was shocked at this moment. Demonic light shone from his body as he reached out a large hand to block the attack. At the same time, his other energy was still focused on fighting for the psychic jade. "Lin," Tianling smiled, "you still want to snatch the jade when you're fighting against me. Do you think you've reached the great Tao realm?" Clang! The divine light sword trembled and sent the young supreme being of the ant race flying with a puff, almost cutting off his arm. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. "This," he sent the young supreme being of the ant race flying. How is that possible? Many people's expressions changed and their hearts trembled. The young supreme being of the ant race who could kill a half-step great Tao cultivator was actually sent flying with a single slash. At this moment, even the other 3 supreme beings were shocked. Although the young supreme being of the ant race was fighting with them for the jade while facing Lin Tian, and most of his energy was focused on snatching the psychic jade, they were still shocked that he was sent flying with a single slash. They stared at Lin Tian, and there was a strange look in their eyes. Boom! Pitch black demonic light surged, and killing intent soared into the sky. The young supreme being of the ant race rushed up, and the sword wound caused by Lin Tian quickly healed. His eyes became incomparably cruel. "I'll let you die in the most painful way possible." The young supreme being of the ant race temporarily gave up on the psychic jade. His eyes were even more terrifying than the killing sword. Dark flames flickered around his body as he closed in on Lin Tian. He was a supreme being of the ant race, but he was sent flying with a single slash. Where was his dignity? At this moment, he wanted to kill Lin Tian first. He wanted to kill Lin Tian in the cruelest way possible. Only then would he be able to vent the anger in his heart. He also believed that the other 3 supreme beings would not be able to snatch the psychic jade in a short period of time. After all, the 3 of them were on par with each other in terms of strength. It would definitely take a long time to determine the winner and obtain the psychic jade. Buzz! The dark flames looked like a type of flame, but their aura was extremely cold. They burned the void until it sizzled, causing the ordinary cultivators here to be terrified, and their hearts to beat wildly. On the other side, the eyes of the other 3 supreme beings flashed. When they saw the dark flames, their expressions turned serious, but soon the corners of their lips curled up. At this moment, the young supreme being of the ant race focused all his energy on killing Lin Tian. The 3 of them were naturally happy to see this. After all, this way, there would be one less person to fight for the psychic jade. Sizzle! 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 The void sizzled as the dark flames around the young supreme being of the ant race burned away piece by piece. It was terrifyingly cold. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This level of dark flame was somewhat terrifying. Even the current him felt a great threat from it. However, just because he felt threatened, it did not mean he was afraid. Hissing, he began to channel the Sutra of the Sun instantly. Golden light shot through the clouds. Even his black hair was dyed with a layer of gold. It made him look like he was made of gold. Just then, he used the Sutra of the Sun to protect himself. Golden light intertwined around his body as he stepped towards the young supreme being of the ant race. With a clang, the piercing light from the sword reverberated. The golden sword energy was even more terrifying than before as it slashed towards the young supreme being of the ant race. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the light of the moon. The young supreme being of the ant race said coldly. In an instant, the dark flames danced and burned the golden sword energy into pieces. Then, the dark flames rushed up and covered the sky and earth. It was really like a terrifying, monstrous wave. In the blink of an eye, it drowned Lin Tian. I obtained the dark-boned spiritual fire from the pit of 10,000. I will burn your soul into ashes. You can slowly taste the feeling of your soul being burned bit by bit. The eyes of the young supreme being of the ant race were cold as he looked down on the world. It's over. The dark-boned spiritual fire is very terrifying. It is said that more than a year ago, the young supreme being of the ant race almost burned a great virtue realm cultivator to death with this kind of fire. In the end, that great virtue realm cultivator escaped in a sorry state. That person, he's dead for sure. The crowd was horrified. Many people felt their scalps go numb. They were all intimidated by the dark-boned spiritual fire. It doesn't hurt or itch. Are you learning how to play with fire like a human child? At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Golden light lingered around Lin Tian's body as he directly rushed out of the huge wave formed by the dark-boned spiritual fire. The divine light sword in his hand rushed into the sky as he slashed at the young supreme being of the ant race, directly cutting open the space. He was drowned by the dark-boned spiritual fire, but he's actually fine. He's completely unharmed. The crowd's expression changed. This kind of fire almost burned a great virtue realm cultivator to death back then. But now it couldn't do anything to an immortal cultivator in his early 20s. Not even a strand of his hair was harmed. Chapter 690. Seeing Lin Tian emerge unscathed from the nether-boned spiritual fire, the expressions of the ordinary cultivators changed. Even the young ant race, Supremacy himself, was moved. Then the cold light in his eyes became even colder and more oppressive. "Little ant, you're quite strong." With a cold voice, the young ant race, Supremacy, stepped forward again. The fluctuations emitted by the nether-boned spiritual fire became even more terrifying. With a crack, the void beside him was directly burned and collapsed. The sword light that Lin Tian slashed out also instantly shattered. "Little ant, are you cursing yourself?" Lin Tian mocked. Outside his body, golden divine light flickered. The light of the divine light sword in his hand became even more intense. The nether-boned spiritual fire was indeed terrifying. This kind of flame could really burn a great Tao cultivator. If he didn't have the Sun Heart Sutra to protect his body and the medicine classic's strange technique to neutralize it, he would really be in trouble. The young ant race Supremacy's eyes were as cold as knives. The nether-boned spiritual fire intertwined into swords of light that slashed towards him. Lin Tianling snorted. He stepped forward and raised the divine light sword in his hand. Clang! The sound of the sword was like a torrential flood, destroying everything on the spot. He and the young ant race Supremacy fought. The entire space was shaking. The sword light and killing light constantly collided. The young ant race Supremacy's eyes were cold. His demonic power was like an ocean. He was like a peerless demon god. You humans have a sharp tongue. Other than that, you humans are useless. You're stinky ants, other than having a few extra legs. What else is special about them? Lin Tianling laughed. A huge divine shadow appeared behind him. The great deity king of the Bai family used an arcane technique and directly slapped forward. The young ant race Supremacy's eyes were bloodthirsty. The nether-boned spiritual fire burned everything. He used the ant race's strange technique to suppress Lin Tian. Boom! The two fought and collided continuously, but they were evenly matched. In a short period of time, neither could do anything to the other. Who exactly is this handsome young man? He actually stopped the young ant race Supremacy. Another young Supremacy. I've never heard of such a person before. Indeed, I've never heard of such a person before. Is this a rising young expert? The crowd was stunned. These people originally thought that Lin Tian would be killed very quickly, but they never thought that Lin Tian would completely stop the young supreme being of the ant race, not falling behind in the slightest, able to fight head-on without being defeated. Is this young man from some big clan? He's a human, but he's covered in golden divine light and can resist the dark bone spiritual fire. Could it be that he's using the Holy Light technique? The successor of the Holy Light clan? No, the light emitted by the Holy Light technique is pure white. Some people shook their heads in disagreement. Not far out, the other 3 young supreme beings' expressions truly changed. They looked at the golden radiance, surrounded Lin Tian in disbelief. They had never heard of this young human who suddenly appeared before. Yet he could actually exchange blows with the ant clan's young supreme beings. Boom! The confrontation in front of them was endless. The dark light and the golden divine radiance kept colliding, creating streaks of dazzling lightning. The ant clan's young supreme being gradually retracted the dark bone spiritual fire and changed to other secret techniques to attack. Black demonic aura shrouded the surroundings. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He used the divining divine technique, transforming it into the 9 springs sacred sword. He grasped it in his hand and swung it forward. This was not a small collision. Violent airflow swept out in all directions, causing both sides to retreat a lot. At this moment, a muffled groan sounded like a drum being beaten. Fan Yingxiong rushed out and arrived in front of the ant clan's young supreme, being like a small mountain. He pressed his huge fist down viciously. Son of AB***, I'll smash you to death. Boom! The space trembled and a large part of it collapsed. The terrifying aura was terrifying, causing everyone to tremble violently. The ant clan's young supreme being was fighting Lin Tian with all his strength. Now that Fan Yingxiong had suddenly forced him to the front, he could only hurriedly use an ability of the ant clan to defend himself. Boom! With a loud sound, Fan Yingxiong's fist was like a hot knife through butter, shattering the ability of the ant clan's young supreme being on the spot. Then it landed steadily on the other party's chest. With a bang, the ant clan's young supreme being coughed up blood. Half of his body was almost shattered, and he rolled more than 100 feet away in a sorry state. This punch shocked everyone in the area once again. He sent the ant clan's young supreme being flying with a single punch. This young barbarian, so it's not just his words that are fierce. That punch just now, that punch. It's simply, it's too freakish. This physical body, this is only the strength of a great virtue realm cultivator, right? Although the barbarians are known for their physical bodies. But this is too exaggerated. What a terrifying barbarian. Many people were shocked. Even the other 3 young supreme beings were also looking sideways at this moment. Clearly, they were all shocked by Fan Yingxiong's physical body. At this moment, only Lin Tian was not surprised. His expression was normal. He had long known that Fan Yingxiong's physical body was terrifyingly freakish, almost no weaker than his. Roar! A furious roar like that of a ferocious beast rang out, causing the void to tremble. The ant clan's young supreme being rushed up again. Black demonic light flickered around his body, and his injured body rapidly recovered. His cold and cruel gaze swept past Fan Yingxiong and Lin Tian. The 2 of you will turn into a bloody paste and become food in my stomach. With a boom, the pitch-black demonic light became even denser, shocking everyone. Humph! Lin Tianling snorted. He took a step forward, and the 9-spring sword in his hand became even more solid, releasing an immortal killing light. Brother Lin, let's go together. Let's smash the son of AB** to death. Fan Yingxiong shouted. Fan Yingxiong was tall and sturdy. With a whoosh, he pressed over like a small mountain. Boom! It was a simple punch, but Fan Yingxiong waved his right hand, directly crushing the space. That terrifying physical strength shocked everyone in this place. causing them to swallow their saliva crazily. The young supreme being of the ant clan was immediately in big trouble. Lin Tian alone required him to go all out. Now that Fan Yingxiong had come to assist, he immediately became a little embarrassed. With a poof, he was injured by Lin Tian and then was swept away by a kick. Cough! The young supreme being of the ant clan coughed up blood, and his chest was badly mutilated. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. The yin and yang ho flashed and instantly approached. The nine-spring sword, which was evolved from the divining divine technique, slashed down as if it was really a sacred weapon. Before the young supreme being of the ant clan could stand firm, he was swept away again, bringing with it a large amount of dazzling bloodlight. Bang! Fan Yingxiong approached and pressed his fist down, landing on the young supreme being of the ant clan's chest, and a clear sound of bones breaking was heard. This, the young supreme being of the ant clan, is being suppressed by those two? Don't tell me. Many people's hearts trembled. Roar! The young supreme being of the ant clan let out a loud roar, and black light shot up into the sky from his body. He seemed to be on the verge of madness. A huge shadow of an ant appeared on the surface of his body, pressing down on Fan Yingxiong, who was approaching. The pitch-black, demonic light closed in from all directions. In an instant, an extremely cold wave swept out, causing the temperature of this space to begin to drop again. The ant clan's god-killing ant technique. This is said to be able to devour everything. It's the great killing technique of the ant clan, even more terrifying than the Darkbone's spiritual fire. If he's entangled, everything will be over. The crowd's expression changed. Fan Yingxiong roared, and his fist shone brightly. He was fearless, and with a bang, the void shattered and blasted toward the young supreme being of the ant clan. In the distance, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the huge shadow of the ant that was supported by the young supreme being of the ant clan. He could feel an extremely terrifying wave of energy contained within it. Even now, his heart could not help but beat wildly. This technique was definitely not something that Fan Yingxiong could block with his simple physical body. With a shake of his feet, he appeared behind Fan Yingxiong in just one step. He grabbed the back of Fan Yingxiong's collar and threw him behind him. He took Fan Yingxiong's place and blocked in front of him. The Nine Springs sacred sword, which was derived from the divining divine skill, slashed down directly toward the huge shadow of the ant. Is this what you humans call friendship? You want to die for him? The young supreme being of the ant clan's eyes were cold. Then I'll kill you first. With a boom, the ant pressed down and instantly corroded the Nine Springs sacred sword in Lin Tian's hand. Then the ant was like endless darkness, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was shrouded in it. Oh no! He's been enveloped by the killing technique of the ant clan. There's no hope. It's over. The crowd's expression changed. Fan Yingxiong's expression changed drastically. Brother Lin, with a loud roar, Fan Yingxiong rushed over crazily. Turn into pus. The young supreme being of the ant clan's eyes were cold. However, in the next moment, the gigantic ant shadow that he had summoned trembled violently and actually began to disintegrate and shatter. Buzz! With a flash of silver light, the four symbols Tao diagram above Lin Tian's head rushed out of the ant shadow killing technique and closed in on the young supreme being of the ant clan. What? How is that possible? He broke through the killing technique of the ant clan. Am I seeing things? The crowd was shocked. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent as he destroyed part of the ant shadow killing technique with the four-symbol seal. At this moment, the Nine Springs sacred sword was destroyed. Without a sword in his hand, he clenched his right fist and simply pressed it toward the young supreme being of the ant clan. Boom! With a shocking boom, the space in front of him collapsed on the spot, and the space cracks extended like a spider web. The young supreme being of the ant clan was shocked and hurriedly took out a powerful middle-grade immortal artifact. Crack! Arcs of lightning intertwined at the tip of Lin Tian's fist. Wherever it passed, nothing could remain intact. The middle-grade immortal artifact of the young supreme being of the ant clan was shattered into pieces on the spot. Then the power of Lin Tian's fist did not diminish. It almost crushed the air and landed steadily on the young supreme being's chest. Uft! The young supreme being of the ant clan coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His chest caved in on the spot, and with a bang he was sent flying dozens of feet away. Only a speck of blood floated in the void, which was extremely dazzling. Instantly, the crowd trembled in unison. His punch is even more terrifying than that barbarian's. Oh my God, he looks so delicate. How can he have such terrifying physical strength? The crowd was shocked. Just now, Fan Yingxiong's physical strength had already made their hearts palpitate. But now, Lin Tian's physical strength shocked them even more. That punch was really unstoppable, as if it could shatter everything. So powerful. Even Fan Yingxiong himself widened his eyes and stared at Lin Tian in shock. His eyes were full of shock. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. The yin and yang ho swayed and directly pressed toward the young supreme being of the ant clan, not wanting to give him a chance to adjust. However, at the next moment, a ghost-like roar suddenly came from the depths of the ruins. Moreover, a faint ray of seven-colored light flashed and disappeared, causing him to stop and look into the depths of the ruins. Chapter 691. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The seven-colored light was very weak and disappeared in a flash, but Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Just now, he sensed a very familiar fluctuation. He was sure that there was a sword soul fragment in the depths of this ancient ruin. This made him a little surprised. He didn't expect to find the traces of the fourth sword soul fragment as soon as he arrived in the fourth heaven. At the same time, the other cultivators in this place naturally saw the seven-colored light in the depths of the ruin. All of them were moved. The seven-colored brilliance is unparalleled in the world. It must be a peerless treasure. Someone was excited. Even the few young Supremes couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the depths of the ruin. Their eyes were shining brightly. Boom! A terrifying killing intent rushed out. In the distance, a black demonic aura surged, and the young Supremes of the ant race stood up. Human! The young Supremes of the ant race's eyes turned red, filled with a ruthless aura and endless killing intent. His chest had caved in from Lin Tian's punch, and it took him a lot of effort to repair it. He was on the verge of going berserk. If not for his strength being tyrannical and his physique not lacking, that punch would have directly shattered him into pieces. I'll crush you into pieces. The black demonic aura surged, and the aura of the young Supremes of the ant race became even more tyrannical, mercilessly suppressing Lin Tian. Crack! The void shattered on the spot, and the scene was terrifying. Lin Tian had already stepped into the depths of the ruin, but his path was blocked by the young Supremes of the ant race. The black demonic aura carried the power to corrode everything, causing even someone as powerful as him to feel great pressure. He didn't dare to underestimate it. Get lost, he said coldly. He used the divining divine technique to summon the Nine Springs sacred sword. Sword light shot out like dense lightning, slashing towards the young Supremes of the ant race. The young Supremes of the ant race had monstrous strength. His demonic aura was vigorous, and his chest, which was dented by Lin Tian, had already recovered. At this moment he roared loudly, and the sound waves rolled out, shattering the dense sword light that Lin Tian swept out. At the same time, the young supreme being of the ant clan also condensed a killing spear with his demonic energy. He held the killing spear and thrust it towards Lin Tian. With a boom, shocking waves of divine might intertwined like ripples of destruction. They shattered the space here, causing the hearts of all the cultivators here to tremble. However, at this time, although these cultivators were shocked by the strength of Lin Tian and the ant tribe's young supremacy, their eyes were fixed on the depths of the battlefield, and many of them clenched their fists. "Brother Lin, I'm coming. Let's kill it together," Fan Ingxiong roared. The barbarian youth's physical body was freakishly powerful. He still punched out with an iron fist at the ant clan's young supreme being. All of a sudden, the ant race's young supreme being was forced to fight 1 against 2, and he would be injured from time to time. "Shit! Stop it!" Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Not far away, the other 3 supreme beings were fighting for the immortal connecting jade. At this moment, the jade suddenly shook violently and broke through the blockade of the 3 supreme beings. It rushed into the depths of the ruins like a bolt of lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This shocked and angered the 3 supreme beings of the Blood Wolf tribe and the insect race. They all stepped forward and rushed into the depths of the ruins. "Let's go! Let's go into the depths! There must be a great treasure in the depths." The crowd rushed into the depths of the ruins. Lin Tian waved the 9 springs, sacred sword in his hand, and worked together with Fan Ingxiong to suppress the young supreme being of the ant race, forcing him to retreat. At this time, he also raised his head and looked into the depths of the ruins. His eyes flickered with a bright light, and he began to consciously move the battlefield towards the depths of the ruins. The other 3 supreme beings had all gone into the depths. He did not want any accidents to happen. Boom! 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 The 3 of them fought. Lin Tian's divine power was unparalleled, and Fan Ingxiong's physical body was violent. The young supreme being of the ant race roared continuously. "Son of a B***TCH, you can really take a beating." Fan Ingxiong cursed. He and Lin Tian had already hit the young supreme being of the ant race several times, but he still did not fall. In fact, the aura he emitted did not show any obvious signs of weakening. It was still so powerful and shocking. The young supreme being of the ant race's eyes were cold. "Do you really think you can kill me by working together?" Pitch black, demonic light intertwined around his body, and every ray was extremely shocking. Lin Tian snorted. He slashed down with the divine light sword in his hand and used the burning sun's 10th sword move to send his opponent flying. The 3 of them fought fiercely as they rushed into the depths of the ancient ruins. Soon, they caught up with the other 3 supreme beings and a group of ordinary cultivators. Rumbling sounds were heard. Looking into the distance, the crowd stopped. There was a surging river of blood in front of them. It was unknown how long and wide it was. Blood-colored bubbles rose from the bottom of the river, making gurgling sounds. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. There was such a river of blood in this place. At this time, he was not far away from the river of blood. He could clearly feel an extremely strong aura of death, which made his soul tremble. Boom! At this time, gusts of wind blew from the river of blood in front of them. A huge wave of blood rushed up and drowned the crowd. For a moment, a gloomy aura intertwined and enveloped every corner of the space. It was extremely horrifying. How strange! Someone cursed. He raised his hand and shot out a divine light to attack the incoming wave of blood. With a sizzle, the wave of blood collapsed. Drops of blood splattered in all directions like rain, landing on some cultivators. Ah! Screams were heard. 2 powerful cultivators of the 5th sky of the immortal realm were instantly pierced by a few drops of blood. Then their bodies began to rot rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a pool of pus. The scene was terrifying and horrifying. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. Drops of blood splattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, screams were heard. Even if someone put up a divine light screen, it was useless. It could not block the terrifying blood drops at all. "Dodge!" someone shouted. Lin Tian also had a dense amount of blood pearls rushing over. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly dodged. For a moment, he didn't fight with the young ant race supremacy anymore. He quickly dodged these terrifying blood pearls. These blood pearls were simply too dense. At this moment, a bone-chilling ghost howl sounded from the other side of the blood river. At the same time, a seven-colored light flickered like a bright lantern, guiding everyone in that direction, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. It's here again. The peerless treasure is on the other side of the river of blood. Dodge the blood drops. When the wind and waves calm down, we'll rush over. The crowd shouted. Soon, the wind and waves on the river of blood calmed down. Let's go. Someone shouted and was the first to rush out. The young supreme of the Blood Wolf clan snorted coldly, like a bolt of lightning. He shattered the person on the spot. How dare a mere ant walk in front of me? The young supreme of the Blood Wolf clan stepped forward and turned into a blood-colored lightning bolt, rushing to the other side of the river of blood. The seven-colored divine light flickered. There must be a precious treasure on the other side of the river of blood. Moreover, the psychic jade was also shot to the other side of the river of blood, so he naturally had to go there. Jade, precious treasure, all of them are mine. The young supreme of the insect clan laughed sinisterly. The young supreme of the Dark Shadow clan did not say anything, but his eyes were very dark. He turned into a shadow light and rushed to the other side of the river of blood. Instantly, a group of people rushed to the other side together. Lin Tian naturally did not hesitate. On the other side of the river of blood, the seven-colored divine light flickered again. This time, he no longer challenged the young supreme of the ant clan. Instead, he called Fanning Xiong and quickly rushed to the other side of the river of blood. All of you must die. The young supreme of the ant clan's eyes were cold. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took a step forward. No one knew how wide the river of blood was. A group of cultivators soared into the air and rushed to the other side of the river of blood like meteors. Woo! Not long after, a baby's cry came from the river of blood in front of them, causing many people's scalps to go numb. To suddenly hear the cry of a baby in such a gloomy river of blood was a very strange thing no matter how one looked at it. The cry came from the front and echoed in the surroundings. It was as if thousands of babies were crying together, causing the young supreme of the Blood Wolf clan and the others to frown. Woo! The baby's cry continued and became louder. It was as if two pieces of glass were rubbing against each other. It was exceptionally ear-piercing. Pretending to be mysterious, get out here. A bad-tempered expert shouted. Lin Tian and Fanning Xiong rushed to the other side of the river of blood. Suddenly, their expressions changed slightly. They grabbed Fanning Xiong and directly moved more than 10 feet away. Fanning Xiong was slightly puzzled. Brother Lin, you suddenly, Chi. At this moment, the river of blood boiled again. Strange creatures about 3 inches long jumped up from the bottom of the river of blood, crying and hissing. In the blink of an eye, they pounced on many cultivators and directly opened their mouths to bite. Ah! Screams immediately sounded. It was incomparably mournful. Upon closer inspection, these strange creatures had very large heads, blood-red eyes, and sharp teeth like iron saws. They were actually naked babies. They rushed up from the bottom of the river of blood and pounced on many cultivators, tearing off pieces of flesh. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators were devoured. Fan Yingxiong trembled and felt his scalp turn cold. Oh my, Brother Lin, what the hell is this? Ghost babies condensed from evil resentment. Even immortal experts can eat them. Lin Tianandao. Ah, get lost. Help, help. Screams and screams of fear sounded continuously. Many cultivators rushed here. At this moment, except for Lin Tian, who sensed these ghost babies in advance because of the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea and avoided trouble with Fanning Xiong, the other cultivators were all in trouble. Even the young supreme beings were no exception. They were all bitten by these strange ghost babies. However, these people were all very powerful. Their demonic power surged, and in the blink of an eye, they shattered the ghost babies that pounced on them. In addition, there were also some other powerful cultivators with terrifying strength. They also used their Dharma treasures to kill the ghosts that pounced on them. Lin Tian didn't care. He called Fanning Xiong and rushed to the other side of the river of blood. Faint fog intertwined on the river of blood. After about half an hour, Lin Tian and Fanning Xiong reached the other side of the river of blood. For a moment, the aura of death rolled in like waves. In front of them, the land was even more barren. The soil was bright red, as if it had been dyed by blood. Dense groups of ghost soldiers and ghosts stood in front of them. Their eyes were either blood red or dark green, evil and terrifying. This is a ghost lair. Fanning Xiong's eyes widened. P.S. Thank you, Big Gray's Gray, for 10,000 traversing coins. Thank you, Banja88, for 10,000 traversing coins. Chapter 692. Densely packed Een spirits and malicious ghosts were entrenched in front of them. There were at least 1,000 of them. The scale was so large that it made one speechless. Seeing living creatures like Lin Tian and Fanning Xiong approaching, the malicious ghosts immediately let out roars and charged towards the two of them. Please go to the library. In an instant, thousands of evil spirits and ghosts roared in unison, and the aura of death filled the air. We're in a ghost lair. Fanning Xiong shrank his neck. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because the scene was too shocking. Let's go, Lin Tiandao said and stepped forward. There were many evil spirits and ghosts here, but with his current state, how could he be afraid? He only took one step and the ground shook. Dragon patterns flashed and spread along the ground, shattering a large number of evil spirits. Fanning Xiong was more direct. His fist was wrapped in a faint circle of divine light. When he punched, dozens of evil spirits and ghosts exploded. It was difficult to kill evil spirits and ghosts with ordinary methods, but it was different after reaching the Immortal Ascension realm. Immortal Ascension cultivators had their true essence turned into divine power. It was very easy to kill evil spirits and ghosts. It was no different from mowing grass. Now, Lin Tian was at the second level of the Immortal Ascension realm, and Fanning Xiong was at the first level. They were both very powerful. The evil spirits and ghosts here couldn't stop them. Anyone who got close to them was shattered in the blink of an eye. Boom! Behind them, several waves of shocking divine power surged. Someone rushed over. There were dozens of people in the crowd. For young supremes rushed at the front and landed here in the blink of an eye. Instantly, Een soldiers and malicious spirits roared and charged towards the four of them. How dare you be so presumptuous, low-level ghosts? The young supremes of the Blood Wolf tribe snorted. He raised his hand and swept out a large patch of bloody light. The evil spirits and ghosts that got close to him were all shattered. At the same time, the young supremes of the Dark Shadow tribe and the Insect tribe also showed their great power and shattered many evil spirits. Humans! The young supremes of the Ant tribe said coldly. After destroying a group of evil spirits and ghosts, they pressed toward Lin Tian and Fanning Xiong with endless demonic light. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He condensed a divine light, sword in his hand, and swung it backward. Clang! An ear-piercing sword cry reverberated through the air. It carried raging flames and lightning as it directly tore apart the evil radiance that the Ant Clan young supreme being released. Then, the sword light didn't slow down at all as it continued to press toward the center of the Ant Clan's young supreme being's forehead. F*CKU, I'll smash you to death! Fanning Xiong roared. With a punch, the entire space shook. His terrifying physique made many people's hearts tremble. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text without advertisements. The young supreme being of the ant clan directly activated the Netherbone's spiritual fire. Immediately, Fan Yingxiong's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. His physical body was terrifying, but he knew how terrifying the Netherbone's spiritual fire was. It was impossible for him to withstand it with just his physical body. Too late! Destroy it! The young supreme being of the ant clan shouted coldly. The Darkbone's spiritual fire gathered from all directions, blocking all of Fan Yingxiong's escape routes. Lin Tian tilted his head and his eyes were cold. He immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra, and a blazing golden light rose from the surface of his body. Then, using the medicine encyclopedia as the foundation, he transformed the golden light into golden flames that condensed on the divine light sword. He then slashed at the Netherbone's spiritual fire that was enveloping Fan Yingxiong. Swish! The golden flames turned into sword aura and landed on the Netherbone's spiritual fire that was enveloping Fan Yingxiong. Immediately, a large part of it was annihilated, allowing Fan Yingxiong to escape unscathed. Thank you, Brother Lin. Fan Yingxiong wiped off his cold sweat. It was really dangerous just now. If Lin Tian hadn't intervened, he would have been drowned by the Netherbone's spiritual fire. At that time, he would have been in trouble. The young supreme being of the ant clan stared at Lin Tian coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes was like a raging ocean. At this moment, in a deeper place, the seven-colored divine light flashed again. It was much brighter than before, and it seemed to be calling for something. The eyes of the young supreme being of the Blood Wolf tribe and the others flashed. Without hesitation, the divine power outside of their bodies became more powerful. They crushed all the ghost soldiers in front of them and quickly rushed toward the seven-colored divine light. The treasure will belong to me, the young supreme being of the Bug clan said evilly. At this moment, the young supreme being of the ant clan no longer attacked Lin Tian and Fan Yingxiong. At this moment, obtaining the treasure was the most important thing. Lin Tian's eyes flashed and became extremely bright. The familiar wave that he felt was even stronger. Let's go! He called Fan Yingxiong and also rushed into the depths. Fan Yingxiong followed behind him, crushing ghost soldiers and ghosts along the way. Soon, they appeared in front of a huge hinterland. In this place, the ground was filled with white bones. They were piled up one by one, and it was a ghastly sight. The young supreme being of the Blood Wolf tribe and the others didn't hesitate. After arriving here, they stepped on the dense white bones and ran all the way into the depths. Everyone's eyes were shining brightly, and the aura outside of their bodies became more powerful. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't stop. His speed was shockingly fast. He carried Fan Yingxiong and rushed into the depths with a single step. Behind them, some powerful cultivators also rushed over. All of them were independent cultivators of the immortal realm. Their strength was very impressive. Roar! At this moment, the ghostly howl from before came from the depths again. It made one's scalp tingle. As this ghostly howl sounded, the white bones on the ground in the hinterland trembled. Suddenly, all of them seemed to have come to life. In an instant, they stood upright and attacked the group of people. This change shocked everyone. Some of the cultivators were caught off guard and had their chests cut open. Ah! In the blink of an eye, several Immortal Realm cultivators were drowned by the army of white bones. Their bodies were torn into pieces. Get lost! The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow tribe shouted coldly. A shadow-like light flashed past like the light of a divine ability. It shattered a large number of white bones on the spot. They were all turned into white bone powder and fell to the ground. His combat power was extremely strong. At the same time, the young supreme beings of the insect tribe attacked and destroyed the army of white bones. They stepped on the bone powder and rushed into the depths. Golden divine light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. With a swing of the divine light sword in his hand, the army of white bones in front of him was shattered. With a swing of the sword, he opened a path paved with white bone powder. like a bolt of golden lightning. He disappeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Soon, he and Fan Ningxiong finally arrived at the depths. Up ahead, 8 rotting corpses were charging at a gorgeous screen of light. An extremely terrifying mist of death coiled around their bodies, corroding the space around them with sizzling sounds. The powerful Yin Qi caused one's heart to turn cold, causing many people to feel a chill run down their backs. Ghost lords! They are comparable to great virtue realm cultivators. The ghostly howl just now was released by them. The crowd trembled. The group of cultivators didn't dare to approach recklessly. With 8 ghost lords comparable to great virtue realm cultivators in front of them, who would dare to court death? There seems to be something in that light screen. Someone said. The light screen was hazy and difficult to see through at a glance. However, those who could come here were not weaklings. After a serious look, they finally saw through the scene inside. In the center of the light screen, a huge altar was laid horizontally. It was completely formed by skulls and had a diameter of about 30 feet. In the center, there was a fist-sized 7-colored light source. That is, it's the 7-colored light from just now. It's definitely a treasure. Many people said excitedly. Lin Tian was the most excited. The divine light in his eyes instantly became extremely intense. It was indeed the 4th sword soul fragment. Boom! Shocking divine energy instantly surged. The young supreme being of the ant tribe was the first to rush forward and step toward the light screen. Humph! The young supreme being of the blood wolf tribe snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and the sanguinary light drowned out all directions. At the same time, the young supreme beings of the insect tribe and the dark shadow tribe also made their moves. The light of their supernatural powers surged forward violently. These few people were extremely powerful. They were all existences that could kill half-step great virtue realm cultivators. At this moment, even though there were 8 ghost lords comparable to great virtue realm cultivators in front of them, the 4 of them were not afraid at all. They directly rushed forward and released a large amount of killing light. They wanted to fight for the 7-colored light source in the center of the light screen. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't hesitate. He took a step forward and went straight for the sword soul fragment in the center of the light screen. When Fan Ningxiong saw Lin Tian rushing forward, he didn't stop either. He quickly followed beside Lin Tian. The 8 ghost lords that were attacking the light screen had demonic red eyes. Their bodies were covered in rotting flesh. When they saw people approaching, they immediately let out ear-piercing, ghostly howls. The black fog of death was like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens, crazily attacking the 6 people in front. Things that are already dead should just die, the young supreme being of the ant tribe said coldly. The dark-boned spiritual fire appeared in a flash and directly drowned out the black fog of death, burning it into nothingness. The young supreme beings of the blood wolf tribe also displayed their skills and blocked the terrifying black fog of death. They were also closing in on them. So powerful, as expected of the young supreme beings. Even the ghost lords comparable to great virtue realm cultivators can't do anything to them. Someone's heart trembled. It was also at this moment that an ear-piercing scream rang out. Lin Tian released the yin-yang lotus sea and directly annihilated the black fog of death in front of him. He condensed a lotus flower sword and sent a ghost lord flying. Green smoke appeared on the surface of his body. Oh my God, he sent a ghost lord comparable to a great virtue realm cultivator flying. That seems to be the legendary spiritual sea phenomenon. He comprehended the spiritual sea phenomenon. Many people's hearts palpitated. Lin Tian's glabella flickered. The 4th sword soul fragment was right in front of him. He didn't hesitate and directly released the yin-yang lotus sea phenomenon. Such a phenomenon naturally countered all evil. With his current 2nd-tier cultivation, even if he encountered a ghost lord, he wouldn't be afraid. He directly sent a ghost lord flying and came to the edge of the light screen, preparing to break through it. "You're courting death. Get lost. This treasure belongs to me." A cold shout rang out. The young supreme beings of the ant tribe and the insect tribe attacked together. For killing lights pressed down together. Lin Tian's expression changed instantly. He felt a chill run down his spine and quickly moved a few 100 feet away. 4 young supreme beings who could kill a half-step great virtue realm cultivator attacked together. Even someone as powerful as him didn't dare to take it head-on. Boom! The 4 attacks landed on the light screen, causing it to tremble violently. The scene inside became clearer. There seems to be a complete purple skeleton on the altar. Someone pointed forward. The crowd looked over at the same time, and then they were all shocked. There was indeed a complete purple skeleton on the skull altar. A purple skeleton, a purple skeleton. This seems to be something only the Bone Tribe has. Moreover, it must be a Bone Tribe cultivator who has reached the peak of the Enlightenment realm. Could it be an ancestor of the Bone Tribe? I remember now. That skull altar seems to be some kind of secret sacrificial technique of the Bone Tribe. A terrifying Enlightenment realm ancestor of the Bone Tribe entered here and died here. It seems that the purple skeleton activated the skull altar. It seemed to want to use this technique to take away the colorful light source, but in the end it failed. It was exhausted to death on the skull altar. The crowd was shocked. At this moment, an extremely powerful fluctuation of divine power came from afar. A deified consciousness hell spread from afar. Who dares to intrude into the Bone Tribe's secret ground? Chapter 693. Genius 1 second memorize, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian was determined to get the Sword Soul Fragment. He also knew that when he got the Sword Soul Fragment, no one could do anything to him while the Sword Soul Fragment merged with the Divine Sword. It was the same for the previous few times. Therefore, he began to think about other things. It would take some time for the Sword Soul Fragment to merge with the Divine Sword. During this process, the young ant tribe supreme being and the others could not do anything to him. However, the culprit was still here. He knew very well that with these people's habits, they would definitely turn against Fanning Xiong and even use him to threaten him. Therefore, before he went to get the Sword Soul Fragment, he solemnly sent a voice transmission to Fanning Xiong and asked him to leave. At this time, Fanning Xiong was already far away from the ancient ruins. At this time, he was standing inside the 7-colored barrier, with strands of 7-colored light intertwining around his body. He stared at the young ant tribe supreme being and the others with a cold smile with a sense of ridicule and disdain. You, the ant clan's young supreme being and the others all stared at Lin Tian cruelly. At the same time, ghostly howls rang out one after another. The 8 ghost lords continued to charge forward, wanting to shatter the 7-colored barrier. However, they were sent flying again and again. After more than 10 times, the 8 ghost lords were on the brink of death, unable to stand up again. They had suffered unimaginable injuries when charging at the 7-colored barrier. That handsome young man, he got the treasure. The treasure. It had created a protective barrier. It's a shocking treasure. A group of cultivators stared at this scene in shock. The young ant tribe supreme being and the others shot out killing lights again, but it was useless. They were all blocked by the 7-colored barrier. What should we do? Are we just going to watch him take the treasure? The young blood wolf tribe supreme being asked. Impossible. The young insect tribe supreme being's eyes were sinister. The ant tribe's young supremacy's eyes were cold and filled with boundless killing intent. That 7-colored light source is undoubtedly a rare treasure. Even if such a treasure is fused into his body, it will take some time for him to completely control it. It is impossible for him to control it immediately. Staring ahead, the young ant tribe supreme being continued. The treasure overflowed with energy to form a protective barrier. But this barrier will eventually break. We will wait here and kill him later. Several young supreme beings nodded in agreement. At the same time, they stared coldly at Lin Tian, who was behind the rainbow barrier. Within the seven-colored barrier, Lin Tianling smiled as he glanced at the four experts. His left hand was behind his back, and his 5 fingers began to dance. For a moment, the faint soul light quietly blended into the void under the cover of the 7-colored radiance. At the same time, he began to circulate the Sun Heart Sutra. The sword soul fragment entered his body and floated into his sea of consciousness, slowly merging with the divine sword. During this process, strands of 7-colored light intertwined and fell into his body. At this time, he channeled the Sun Heart Sutra, guiding the 7-colored light to temper his divine power. At the same time, he used the divine power to forge his own physique, creating a physical body that could comprehend and bear the great Tao. Buzz! Dazzling golden light circled around his body, and his aura rose little by little. This golden light carried a divine and dignified aura, causing some of the powerful immortal conduit realm itinerant cultivators to be moved. What a brilliant golden light! I'm afraid his cultivation method is not simple. It's very strong. I have the same feeling. Many people said. The 4 supremes of the ant clan narrowed their eyes, or there was a cold light in their eyes. They just stared coldly at Lin Tianling. Lin Tianling also stared at the 4 experts. His eyes were indifferent, and at the same time there was a kind of disdain and sarcasm. This undoubtedly caused the 4 experts' faces to turn even colder. Arrogant dog, the supremes of the ant clan said coldly. Once the 7-colored barrier disappears, only death awaits him. The supremes of the insect clan said sinisterly. The supremes of the Blood Wolf clan and Dark Shadow clan didn't speak again. They just looked at Lin Tianling coldly. Lin Tianji sneered. While circulating the Sun Heart Sutra, he kept his left hand behind his back, and strands of soul light streaked out. Buzz! Golden light intertwined on the surface of his body, and his aura kept rising. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. 10 hours later, the sword soul fragment had completely merged, and the golden light outside his body gradually weakened. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd level of the connecting immortal realm, and he was only 1 step away from the 3rd level of the connecting immortal realm. His combat strength had increased a little. In his sea of consciousness, the divine sword moved slightly and slowly sank into the bottom of his sea of consciousness and became quiet. Chi! With a crisp sound, the 7-colored barrier outside his body shattered. In an instant, for killing intents swept across. Kill him first. After killing him, we'll talk about who gets the treasure. The supremes of the Dark Shadow clan said coldly. Of course. The supremes of the Blood Wolf clan nodded. The supremes of the Ant clan and Insect clan didn't say anything. They directly pressed toward Lin Tianling, and black and green demonic lights surged together. The 4 supremes of the young supremes are ganging up on him. Many people's hearts trembled, for tyrannical and cold waves surged. In the blink of an eye, the 4 experts stepped in front of Lin Tianling. Die! The supremes of the Ant clan had a cruel look in his eyes. He directly activated the supremes of the Ant clan. The other 3 supremes of the young supremes naturally didn't hold back. They each activated the secret techniques of their clans and charged toward Lin Tianling. With a crack, a large part of the space in this place collapsed on the spot. This was a terrifying momentum. The 4 supremes of the young supremes, who could kill a half-step Great Path expert, attacked together. It was really not a joke. Many people felt that even if a Great Path expert came, he or she would have to frown deeply at this moment. Lin Tianling stood where he was. He was at the center of the 4 supremes' attack, and he immediately felt a fatal threat. However, his expression didn't change at all. He didn't panic or fear at all. "You guys are really fast," he sneered. At this moment, he put his left hand, which was behind his back, in front of him. He formed a seal with one hand, and the soul light suddenly became blazing. Boom! The soaring killing intent was vast and mighty. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook as if the entire ancient relic was about to collapse. This part of the void was instantly covered by a destructive force. The killing intent was boiling like the sea. Thousands of killing light pillars, as thick as an arm, soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the supremes of the Ant Clan and the others were shattered. "You!" The expressions of the four supremes changed. This killing intent made even people as strong as them feel a great threat. At this moment, with Lin Tianling as the center, countless complicated patterns appeared in the void. They devoured all the spiritual energy in this ancient relic and turned it into rays of destructive killing light. These are formation patterns. It's a killing formation. He knows formations. He can inscribe a killing formation, and he can even inscribe a killing formation in the void. There were still many cultivators in this place. All of them were powerful existences in the connecting immortal realm. When Lin Tianling was fusing with the sword soul fragment, they didn't leave because they knew that the supremes of the Ant Clan and the others wouldn't let this go. They wanted to see how the situation developed. Moreover, some people also had the idea of taking advantage of the situation. At this moment, seeing the scene in front of them, the expressions of many people changed. Looking at the dense killing light pillars in front of them, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. Crack! 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 The void shattered and collapsed inch by inch. At this moment, it was as if it was made of paper. Lin Tianling stood where he was. His eyes were cold, but there was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. He had long known that after the fusion of the sword soul fragments, the four of them would definitely attack him at the same time. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to fight against four supreme youths by himself. Therefore, during the fusion process, he quietly carved a corner of the eternal killing array. Now that he was in the second heaven of the connecting immortal realm, he had a deeper understanding of the eternal killing formation. 10 hours was enough for him to inscribe a corner of such a killing formation. At this moment, the killing formation was activated. The astonishing killing power formed a powerful space confinement barrier, completely isolating the surroundings and trapping the four supremes of the young supremes in it. Moreover, with his current cultivation of the second heaven of the connecting immortal realm, the corner of the eternal killing formation he set up was far more powerful than the one he set up when he broke into the Bai family. Now he had completely comprehended this corner of the eternal killing formation. Moreover, he inscribed it with a cultivation that was far more powerful than before. It was enough to kill an ordinary half-step to the great Tao. Despicable, the Blood Wolf Tribe Supreme said. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a shift of his mind, dozens of eternal killing lights slashed out. "The four of you attacked me together. Are you qualified to say such words?" he said. The Blood Wolf Tribe Supreme's face was cold, and his eyes were even colder. There was a bloodthirsty, killing light intertwined. He used his great magic and disintegrated the dozens of eternal killing formations that were coming at him. However, he was forced to retreat, looking a little embarrassed. Not bad. As expected of the Supremes of the young Supremes, who can kill half-step to the great Tao. You are indeed powerful to be able to block these killing lights. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and he seemed a little ruthless. He smiled coldly and said, "Then let's continue." As his words fell, this corner of the eternal killing formation became boiling. The killing lights roared like divine swords. Clang, clang, clang. The dense killing lights vibrated together and crazily flooded the four supremes of the young supremes. The four Supremes of the young Supreme's expressions changed, but their eyes were cruel. At the same time, they supported the powerful magic of their respective clans to resist. For a time, all kinds of secret techniques were used. Although they were a little embarrassed, they still managed to resist the killing light steadily. Do you really think that you can stop us with just a killing formation? What a joke! The Ant Tribe Supreme's eyes were cold. With a boom, a copper seal rushed out of its body. Terrifying fluctuations immediately intertwined, causing the killing light in the surroundings to be somewhat affected. This is a Dao soldier. A middle-grade Dao soldier. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at the copper seal. Humph! A cold snort sounded. The Blood Wolf Tribe Supreme's eyes were cruel. He held up a blood saber that had strange patterns intertwined on it. A Dao soldier-level saber is also a middle-grade Dao soldier. Someone's heart trembled. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, two other powerful fluctuations spread. The Dark Shadow Tribe Supremes took out a black shield that was surrounded by black light. The Insect Tribe Supremes took out a dagger that was intertwined with green light. The power they exuded was not weaker than the Ant Tribe Supreme's Copper Seal and Blood Wolf Tribe Supreme's Blood Saber. This, Copper Seal, Blood Saber, Black Shield, and that dagger, for middle-grade Dao soldiers! The crowd was horrified. Chapter 694. Genius 1 second remember. I'll provide you with exciting novels to read. The reincarnation diagram was vast and mighty as it spun slowly. As soon as it appeared, it emitted wisps of resplendent light that interweaved with brightness, holiness, and vastness. At this moment, he used the divine fire furnace to protect his body and used the king's territory with all his might to face the four of them at the same time. Boom! In an instant, 5 different kinds of divine abilities collided together, and an unparalleled light flooded in all directions. Ka! 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 The void cracked inch by inch, and after 10 breaths, the 5 of them were sent flying at the same time. The young Supreme Venerable of the ant race and the other 3 coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Their divine abilities were destroyed, and their clothes were tattered. At the same time, Lin Tian didn't gain any advantage either. He was fighting against 4 alone, and even with the protection of the divine fire furnace, he was still severely injured. He felt that his internal organs had cracked, and blood kept flowing out of the corners of his mouth. However, his eyes were still cold. At the moment when he was sent flying, he roared in his heart and stabilized his body. Again, he hollered coldly and stared straight at the young Supreme Venerable of the ant race. With a whoosh, he endured the intense pain in his body and stepped on the yin and yang ho to force his way towards the young Supreme Venerable of the ant race. During this process, he formed a seal with both hands, and with a buzz, he once again supported the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the young Supreme Venerable of the ant race. Buzz! The reincarnation diagram flickered and was held in his right hand as he pressed it down towards the young Supreme Venerable of the ant race. The young Supreme Venerable of the ant race's expression changed. Before he could stabilize his body, Lin Tian had already pressed over. For a moment, he didn't even have the chance to use his divine abilities. He had no choice but to summon the Netherbone spiritual fire in a panic and defend himself with a mid-grade Dao weapon. Kill! Lin Tian shouted. His eyes were cold, and the divine fire furnace vibrated to block the middle-grade Dao weapon. The reincarnation diagram in his right hand pressed down mercilessly. The copper seal was entangled by the divine fire furnace and collapsed. Then the Netherbone spiritual fire was annihilated wherever the reincarnation diagram passed. The young Supreme Venerable of the ant race's expression immediately changed. Human, Dai. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. The light emitted by the reincarnation diagram became even brighter. It broke through the dark-boned spiritual fire and pressed down on the body of the young Supreme being of the ant tribe. Literature building, ah. A miserable cry sounded, extremely ear-piercing. It came from the mouth of the ant clan's young supreme being. However, in the next moment, this sound completely disappeared. Lin Tian pressed down with the reincarnation scroll, crushing the young ant clan supremacy into pieces. He flew over and grabbed the middle-grade Dao Soldier level copper seal, wiping away the ant clan supremacy's divine sense imprint on it. It all happened too quickly. Only after another breath's worth of time did the cultivators there react. Instantly, they all trembled violently. The young supreme being of the ant clan was dead. A young supreme being was killed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The young supreme of the ant race was an existence that could kill half-step great Dao powerhouses. He was known as one of the future rulers of the fourth heaven. Now that he was killed in this place, many people felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but shiver. The ant race will go crazy. Many people's hearts palpitated. At this time, the three supreme beings of the Bloodwolf clan had just stabilized their bodies. Like the other cultivators, their expressions changed in shock. In such a short time, the young supreme being of the ant race was killed. Lin Tian tilted his head. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood, but his eyes were extremely cold. "It's your turn," he said coldly. With a shift of his mind, the eternal killing matrix boiled in an instant. A large expanse of eternal killing light hummed like divine swords, uniformly slashing towards the three young supreme beings who were still alive. Clang! The killing light was like a giant sword of death, slashing down densely, causing the space to collapse on the spot. The three supreme beings of the Bloodwolf clan didn't dare to be careless. They used their respective middle-grade Dao weapons to protect their bodies, blocking the eternal killing light. At the same time, they once again activated their powerful secret techniques, suppressing Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He took a step forward and activated the weapon control technique to the limit. The hundreds of immortal weapons let out a clanging sound. Chi! 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 He used all his strength and used the weapon control technique to shatter the three supreme beings' secret techniques. Then he raised the reincarnation diagram again and stepped towards the three supreme beings. The three supreme beings all retreated. This divine diagram made their hearts tremble. Just now, Lin Tian had used this diagram to disintegrate their attacks and reap the life of the supreme being of the ant race. Aren't all of you supreme beings? Aren't you able to kill half-step great Dao cultivators? Now that you've joined forces to deal with me, you still know how to retreat? Lin Tian mocked. His eyes were indifferent. The reincarnation diagram shook and multicolored light filled the sky. The three supreme beings' eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Don't be so smug. If you walk out of here, you will be surrounded by the entire ant race. The supreme being of the Bloodwolf clan said coldly. Lin Tian tilted his head. Instantly, hundreds of eternal killing lights flooded towards the supreme being of the Bloodwolf clan. You said this because you think that you will all die here, and I will be able to walk out of here unscathed. The supreme being of the Bloodwolf clan was speechless. He originally wanted to suppress Lin Tian's arrogance, but he didn't expect Lin Tian to interpret his words in this way. This made his face turn a little pale, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. A bloodthirsty light flickered in his eyes. He once again activated his clan's secret technique. Together with the mid-grade Dao Soldier level blood blade, he broke through the eternal killing lights and slashed towards Lin Tian. At the same time, the supreme being of the insect race and the supreme being of the Dark Shadow clan attacked together. They each sent their killing lights towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted. The reincarnation diagram flickered and raised the four symbols seal at the same time. The four symbols Dao diagram was vast and mighty. It pressed down from the front and crushed a large amount of killing lights. Then the reincarnation diagram followed. Boom! In the void, strands of eternal killing patterns pulsated. More killing lights were formed, splitting the space and crushing the earth. Lin Tian stepped forward. The divine fire cauldron protected his body. The four symbols Tao diagram annihilated the divine power secret technique, and the reincarnation diagram followed closely behind. At this time, the dense eternal killing lights accompanied him. They intertwined in all directions and slashed towards the three supreme beings. It could be said that this corner of the killing array had helped him a lot. If not for this, it would be impossible for him to fight against several supreme beings with his own strength. Even if he had an upper-grade Tao soldier, it wouldn't be enough. After all, the power of an upper-grade Tao soldier and a mid-grade Tao soldier was actually not much different. It would definitely not be the key factor that determined the outcome of the battle. Boom! There was a shocking collision. Lin Tian used the divine fire cauldron to deal with the mid-grade Tao soldiers of the three supreme beings. He used the four symbols Tao diagram to annihilate the three supreme beings' divine power secret technique. Then he attacked with the eternal killing lights and the reincarnation diagram. The momentum of his attack was as smooth as flowing water. This is so powerful. Where the hell did this person come from? The crowd of cultivators trembled in fear. As far as the eye could see, Lin Tian's black hair danced in the wind as he fought against several supreme beings alone. Although his clothes were already stained with blood, he didn't show any signs of weakness. He was like the reincarnation of an ancient war god. The more he fought, the braver he became. He was unstoppable. Boom! 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 The four supreme beings collided. Demonic lights and divine energy clashed. Tao soldiers from various sects clashed. Fist and leg shadows clashed. Rumbling sounds like the beating of drums rang out, causing many cultivators in this area to involuntarily retreat. Some even covered their ears. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang liang, leaving behind afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the supreme being from the Blood Wolf tribe and pressed down with a punch. Bang! This punch steadily landed on the supreme being's chest. It immediately caved in the supreme being's chest. He coughed out blood and flew away. Die! A sinister voice rang out. The supreme being from the insect tribe waved his halberd and seized the opportunity to pierce Lin Tian's abdomen. Stinking bug! Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He didn't care about the halberd in his body at all and directly punched his opponent's cheek. With a bang, the supreme being from the insect tribe was sent flying. He coughed out blood and steadied himself in the distance. Wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth, the supreme being from the insect tribe revealed an extremely sinister look. The halberd formed by the god-devouring bug pierced your body. The god-devouring bug will merge into your body and soon devour your flesh and blood. As soon as he finished speaking, the halberd shattered. Lin Tian immediately felt that there were many things in his body. They were surging inside his body and crazily biting his flesh and blood. Waves of intense pain came from him. Ha! Have a good taste of the pain of having your flesh and blood devoured. The supreme being from the insect tribe laughed sinisterly. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Lin Tian instantly appeared in front of him and fiercely punched him again. You bang! The supreme being from the insect tribe was sent flying again. Half of his face was almost smashed and blood flowed out. Lin Tian's expression was cold. The black hair in front of his forehead danced in the wind. A bunch of rotten bugs that can't be exposed. How dare you call yourself a god-devouring bug? How dare you act so presumptuously in my body? With a boom, the Sun Heart Sutra was activated. The blazing golden light turned into a towering divine flame that covered every inch of his body. In the blink of an eye, the divine bugs that had invaded his body were burned to ashes. Again, he shouted coldly, As soon as he finished speaking, the killing light of the eternal killing array instantly soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, dozens of killing swords were formed. These dozens of killing swords were completely formed by the interweaving of dense killing lights. The supreme being from the Blood Wolf tribe and the supreme being from the insect tribe felt their hearts skip a beat. The supreme being from the Dark Shadow tribe, who had just rushed over to kill Lin Tian, stopped in his tracks and narrowed his eyes. Dozens of killing swords, each of which was several feet long, intertwined with a terrifying power. The three experts felt a great threat. Kill! It was also at this moment that Lin Tian said coldly. The dozens of killing swords clanged loudly and pressed down on the three supreme beings. This was a terrifying attack. The supreme being from the Blood Wolf tribe and the other two did not dare to be careless. They attacked together. The three middle-grade Dao weapons vibrated at the same time. They were like three suns, erupting with the most powerful aura. Together with the attack of the three supreme beings, they went toward the dozens of eternal killing swords. Add one more, Lin Tian said coldly. With a buzz, he propped up the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. The yin-yang lotus sea swayed and pressed forward with the dozens of killing swords. Chapter 695. The yin-yang lotus sea swayed, and the black and white lotus petals fluttered. Although they were not swords, they were more like swords. The three supremes from the Blood Wolf tribe were shocked again. They used more secret techniques to block the attack, and the three middle-grade Dao weapons became more powerful. Kill! Lin Tian only had one word. It was bone-chilling. All kinds of killing lights intertwined. In an instant, the void shook and the violent aura made everyone's heart tremble. Bang! 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 In the end, the three supremes from the Blood Wolf tribe were sent flying. They were all seriously injured, and they were in a sorry state. Lin Tian's body shook. Although he was protected by the divine fire furnace, he was still seriously injured. Blood gushed out of his mouth again. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward without stopping. The reincarnation map and the yin-yang lotus sea pressed down on the three supremes. Now, he did not have much divine power left. He had to attack faster and more fiercely. Boom! The reincarnation map shook and the yin-yang lotus sea swayed. Together with the eternal killing formation, another round of terrifying attacks was launched. The faces of the Blood Wolf tribe's young supremacy and the others turned ugly. They were very powerful, but because of the eternal killing array, they were restricted everywhere. Now they were extremely weak, with less than 20% of the strength in their bodies. Damn it! The Supremes from the Blood Wolf tribe's eyes were cold. Kill! The Supremes from the insect tribe roared. The young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow race transformed into a sky full of black shadows. Each of the black shadows was a Tao-level divine ability. In an instant, an even more shocking battle unfolded. Terrifying energy waves spread out in all directions. These people, some cultivators were shocked. At this time, even though there was the eternal killing formation suppressing the surroundings, these cultivators were still shocked by the battle between these few people. That kind of divine might was too terrifying. Many people couldn't help but retreat, fearing that a killing light would suddenly fly out. Boom! 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 In the fierce collision, the light of destruction flew everywhere. Lin Tian fought against the three Supremes. Most of his clothes were dyed red with blood. It was the blood of his enemies and also his own blood. He took a step forward. His chest was injured by the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan, but his face was as cold as snow. He condensed a divine light sword in his hand and pierced through his opponent. At the same time, the yin-yang lotus petals pierced through space and entered the foreheads of the Blood Wolf tribe and Insect tribe Supremes. The two Supremes immediately screamed and staggered backwards. For a moment, the three powerhouses were in an extremely sorry state. They were all furious and couldn't help but roar loudly. At this time, they had less than 10% of their strength left. Kill him with one strike. Behind the Blood Wolf tribe's young supreme martial artist, a palace appeared. Terrifying wolf howls came from within, and a dense pack of blood wolves rushed out. Transform into hell blood wolves and devour people. Earth devouring. Devouring Tao. Devour the heavens. Insect C. The young insect race supreme being shouted loudly. Numerous poisonous insects rushed out of his body, making one's scalp go numb. Shadow Strike. The young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan formed a strange hand seal. An entire space turned pitch black. There were black shadows everywhere. 3 ultimate killing moves. I'll crush you. Lin Tian only had these 4 words. He used the divine fire cauldron to protect his body, and the divining divine technique created dozens of avatars that pressed towards the 3 powerhouses. At the same time, the eternal killing array, the reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory, and the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea were all performed together. Boom! An earth-shattering collision caused the void to collapse and the ground to shatter. With a crack, the eternal killing pattern in the void shattered, and a destructive airflow immediately gushed out and spread in all directions. The expressions of the cultivators changed drastically. He's here. Retreat! Someone shouted and ran away. The destructive power was too terrifying. Although it was only the aftermath, it still made these cultivators feel terrified. Bang! 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 At the center of the destructive airflow, 4 figures were sent flying. All of them coughed out blood and rolled dozens of feet away. They were all in a sorry state. The young supreme martial artist of the Blood Wolf tribe had an arm hanging down, and all the bones in it were shattered. The young supreme martial artist of the insect race had bloody holes all over his body, and blood kept flowing out. The body of the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow tribe was full of cracks, and one could even vaguely see his heart. At this moment, the 3 of them propped themselves up. Their expressions were ugly, and they quickly used the Heart Sutra to repair their damaged bodies. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. In the distance, Lin Tian stood up. His injuries were not much better than the 3 young supreme martial artists, and his whole body was dyed red with blood. However, his eyes were still cold, and he did not care about his injuries at all. He directly condensed the divine light sword in his hand, and with every step he took, he left behind bloody footprints on the ground and pressed towards the 3 of them. So scary. Some cultivators trembled. They looked over and saw that Lin Tian's face was very pale, and he was clearly seriously injured, but his eyes were terrifyingly cold. He was pressing towards the 3 powerhouses step by step, as if he was the Grim Reaper who had stepped out of hell. Such a scene made even the 3 young supreme martial artists change their expressions. Lunatic. Beast. The young supreme martial artist of the Blood Wolf tribe cursed in a low voice. His opponent was clearly injured, but he still dared to press towards the 3 of them in such a strong manner. The young supreme martial artist of the insect tribe had a cruel look in his eyes. He clenched his fists and wanted to rush up, but in the end he restrained himself. Next time, I'll take your dog head. After saying this, the young supreme martial artist of the insect tribe turned around and fled towards the outside of the ancient ruins. I'll spare your dog life for now. The young supreme martial artist of the Blood Wolf tribe shouted and retreated together. The young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow tribe did not say anything. He glanced at Lin Tian sinisterly and retreated together with the other 2 powerhouses. The 3 young supreme martial artists originally wanted to rush up and fight again. They wanted to kill Lin Tian and seize the treasure, but their current situation was very bad. They had less than 10% of their strength, and they were exhausted. Moreover, the 3 of them knew that even if they could kill Lin Tian in the end, at least one of them would die here. They were not of the same race, so none of them wanted to die. They did not dare to gamble with their lives, and they did not want to die early like the young supreme martial artist of the ant tribe. Aren't you known as the young supreme martial artists of the same generation? Why are you running away? Lin Tian's voice was cold. He raised his leg, and the divine light sword in his hand condensed dozens of killing lights. He endured the pain in his body and slashed out, chasing after the three of them. The clanging sound was endless. The sword radiance cut through the void, and at the same time, it opened up a transparent bloody hole in the three of them. You bastard! Damn you! You won't live long. Get out of here. Soon you will die miserably. The three roars came from afar. The four young supreme martial artists fought together against one person, but in the end, one of them was killed. Moreover, the three of them were forced to flee in such a sorry state. How humiliating was this? It would be a stain on their lives. Lin Tian stepped down. After slashing out dozens of sword radiances, he finally stopped, and his body shook violently. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and his face was already very pale. At this time, he was powerless to continue chasing. He stared in the direction that the three of them escaped. The intertwining cold light in his eyes finally calmed down. He had to admit that these people were really very strong. If he had not secretly engraved a corner of the eternal killing formation and had the help of a high-grade Dao weapon, facing these people at the same time, the outcome would definitely be different. He would have escaped from this place. He tilted his head and looked over. There were still many cultivators here, and all of them were staring at him. This made him frown slightly. This frown immediately caused many people to tremble and involuntarily retreat. We were just surprised. We didn't want to steal your treasures. Someone hurriedly explained, afraid that Lin Tian would misunderstand that they were planning to kill him and steal his treasures. At this time, looking over, although Lin Tian's aura was already very weak, the scene just now still echoed in front of their eyes. He fought four young supreme martial artists alone, killed one of them, and scared the other three away. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a person? Lin Tian didn't say anything. He looked away and looked at the few ghost lords in the distance. Previously, they kept attacking the seven-colored barrier formed when the sword soul fused with the divine sword and suffered an unimaginable backlash. It seemed that the eerie, ghostly aura on their bodies was disappearing bit by bit, as if they wouldn't exist for long. He was once again shocked by the terrifying power of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. It was only a barrier formed when fusing with the sword soul fragment, but it could cause such terrifying, destructive power. In the end, he shook his head and didn't look at the 8 ghost lords anymore. He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun to heal his injured body. Buzz! As the Heart Sutra of Sun was activated, strands of golden divine light interweaved on the surface of his body, causing his injuries to heal at an extremely fast speed. His aura also gradually became stronger. In this way, 2 hours passed very quickly. At this time, his injuries were more than half healed. He no longer activated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. He glanced at the skull altar behind him and turned to walk out of the ruins. It wasn't until he was far away that the cultivators in this place finally let out a sigh of relief. He's finally gone. To be able to make it this far, these people's cultivation and strength weren't low. However, when they faced Lin Tian just now, they felt as though they couldn't breathe. Every one of them was trembling with fear. Only now did they feel much better. He actually killed the young paragon of the ant tribe. The ant tribe will definitely go crazy. That was a rare, peerless genius in this tribe for thousands of years, but now it seems that his techniques and spells are not like any other tribe in this heavenly region. Where did he come from? Many people whispered, "Forget it, let's not care anymore. It's better to explore this ruin in detail. Perhaps there are other treasures." Someone said. Instantly, many people's eyes lit up. That's right. This ancient ruin was so big. There might be other treasures. Immediately, the group of cultivators began to move. They began to search around, hoping to find some treasures. Lin Tian left the depths of the ruin. His steps were steady, and he had already walked far away. In front of him, there was a blood river with rolling waves that interweaved with a murderous aura. He rose into the air and held up a divine light screen. He flew straight to the other side of the blood river, preparing to leave this ancient ruin. During this process, he could not help but smile. He had just entered the heavenly region, and he had already found the fourth sword soul fragment. This was naturally something that made him happy. At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed in the distance and immediately attracted his attention. That's the psychic jade that I saw at the beginning. Chapter 696. The jade was sparkling and translucent. It flashed in the upper reaches of the blood river, with strands of strange light intertwined. Lin Tian was slightly moved. When he first entered the ancient relic, the young supreme masters of the Blood Wolf tribe and others fought over this jade. Now that he saw this jade again, he didn't hesitate. The yin and yang ho flashed and directly crossed over. After all, something that could make several young supreme masters fight over it at the same time couldn't be ordinary. Whoosh! The jade seemed to have sensed someone's arrival. As if it had its own consciousness, it quickly flew into the distance. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. The yin and yang ho flashed again, leaving behind after images with each step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the jade and grabbed it in his hand. The jade buzzed and vibrated. It wanted to break free, but in the end it was powerless. After a few breaths, it finally quieted down and stopped moving. Lin Tian looked at it from a close distance. The jade was only the size of a fist. Its surface was surrounded by strands of faint light. It was completely transparent. Holding it in his hand, it felt very warm. It said that this is a divine material for forging divine weapons. He muttered to himself. Divine weapons were weapons above Taoist weapons. They were terrifyingly powerful, but it was quite troublesome to refine. It was even more difficult than producing a powerful warrior in the Enlightenment realm. This was because the materials needed to refine such weapons were very rare and difficult to find. Lin Tian held the jade and was slightly happy. He had just found the fourth fragment of the sword soul, and now he had obtained such a precious jade. This trip was really worthwhile. A divine material for forging divine weapons. Even a patriarch in the Enlightenment realm would be jealous. Moreover, he could feel that this thing was full of spirituality. It was amazing. If a mortal wore it, he could live for at least 10 more years. If some monks below the celestial reaching realm wore it, they could improve their cultivation speed and spiritual perception. He waved his right hand slightly and put the jade into the stone ring. Then he continued to walk across the blood river. It seemed that because some living creatures had entered this area, the waves on the blood river rose again and again. There was a kind of chilly wind whistling. In the blink of an eye, ghost babies rushed out from the bottom of the blood river. Their faces were strange and ferocious. They pounced on Lin Tian and bit him. Lin Tian's expression was calm. A lotus see vaguely appeared behind him. The black and white lotus petals turned into dense lotus swords and rolled out. Pooh! 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 The ghost babies that rushed forward were all slashed into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. A foul stench floated in the air. For a moment, the other ghost infants that were charging in the distance all trembled. They felt fear and did not dare to charge forward. Lin Tian's steps were slow and steady. He quickly crossed the blood river and reached the other side. He walked out of the ancient ruins. On the blood river, the ghost babies stared at his back. In the end, they slowly sank to the bottom of the blood river, not daring to go up and offend him again. Very quickly, Lin Tian stepped out of the ancient ruins and appeared outside the canyon. "Brother Lin." A low voice rang out. From behind a large tree in the distance, a burly young man flashed over. It was Fan Yingxiong. Previously, when Lin Tian had asked him to leave the ancient ruins via voice transmission, He had immediately retreated and had been waiting for Lin Tian here. I saw the 3 young supremes of the Blood Wolf clan rushing out with blood all over their bodies. Are you all right? Fan Ningxiong looked at Lin Tian and was a little stunned. You look like nothing happened to you. After the fierce battle, Lin Tian circulated the Sun Heart Sutra in the depths of the ancient ruins and healed most of his injuries. After that, he took out a set of clean clothes from the stone ring and changed into them. At this time, he looked fine and was in good spirits. I'm fine. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. When I saw that you didn't come out, I was worried sick. Fan Ningxiong scratched his head and laughed foolishly when he heard Lin Tian's words. But soon he clenched his fist and asked, Where's the Ant Clan's guy? Just now he saw the 3 young supremes of the Blood Wolf clan, the Insect clan, and the Dark Shadow clan rushing out. But he did not see the Ant clan's young supremes. Now that Lin Tian stepped out, he did not see the Ant clan's young supremes either. He could not help but ask. The Ant clan was cruel. They had almost killed his uncles. Naturally, he hated the Ant clan. Killed. Lin Tian smiled. Fan Ningxiong was slightly stunned. What? Killed? Killed? Lin Tian nodded. Yes, I killed him. Fan Ningxiong stared at Lin Tian in a daze. Then he became excited the next moment. Good. Good job. Great. He clenched his fist and wanted to punch the ground a few times. Then he looked at Lin Tian and said excitedly, Brother Lin, you're so awesome. You killed a young, supreme being. Moreover, your body is so strong. This tall and sturdy young man was born in the land of berserkers, and he often went deep into the mountains to fight against all sorts of ferocious beasts. His body was incredibly strong, and he had absolute confidence in his own physical body. However, when he saw Lin Tian throw that punch just now, he found that the physical strength of Lin Tian's physical body was even slightly stronger than his own. Lin Tianji smiled and did not say anything. Brother Lin, you should have taken the things inside, right? Then shall we go back now? Fan Ningxiong asked. The burly young man clenched his fist. His eyes were full of excitement. He wanted to rush back and tell the people in the small tribe that Lin Tiansha had killed the young supreme being of the Ant clan. He thought that the tribesmen would be very happy. Lin Tian paused and said, I'm sorry, Ningxiong. I won't go back. I have some other things to do. He was going to go to the central area of the Heaven Realm to look for Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu. He was not worried about the safety of the siblings. It had been too long since they parted, and he wanted to see them again. Are you looking for the 2 friends you mentioned before? Fan Ningxiong asked. Lin Tian had asked about this in the small barbarian clan. Fan Ningxiong was beside him and naturally heard it. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Thus, Fan Ningxiong didn't speak any further on this point. Even though he really wanted Lin Tian to return with him, Lin Tian was going to look for a friend now, so he naturally couldn't delay Lin Tian's search for an important friend. He looked at Lin Tian and said, No matter when, Brother Lin is welcome to come to our place. You can eat and drink as much as you want. Okay. Lin Tian smiled. The young barbarian clanman's words were simple and not emotional at all. However, he felt a kind of sincerity. Finally, he bid farewell to Fan Ningxiong and stepped into the air. Brother Lin, you are welcome to come back any time. Fan Ningxiong shouted at the top of his lungs. Lin Tian waved at Fan Ningxiong in the air and quickly disappeared into the horizon. After bidding farewell to Fan Ningxiong, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Tian crossed over a dozen mountains and arrived in front of a huge stone city. He stepped into it calmly. The stone city was called Feng Luo City. It was not very famous in this heaven domain, but it was still a little famous. It was built with all kinds of huge brown strange stones. It was not luxurious and had a vicissitude aura. It had obviously existed for a long time. Many cultivators came and went every day. There were experts from all the big clans. Of course, on the whole, the rogue cultivators made up the most. There were 1 or 2 such cities in every territory or even more. It was a place where many cultivators traded treasures and relaxed. After all, it was impossible for all the cultivators to stay in their own place to cultivate. That was not realistic. Lin Tian wanted to find Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu. Coming to such a crowded place was naturally a good choice. He walked in Feng Luo City. There were many people on both sides of the street. The treasures and pavilions were all built with stones. Hey, did you hear? The young supreme being of the Ant clan was killed. Nonsense, of course I heard. How can I not know about this? I knew about it 2 days ago. I knew about it 3 days ago. I don't know where a young man came from. But he set up all kinds of traps and killed the young supreme being of the Ant clan. Yes, it's like that. I don't know who that young man is. He's too bold to do such a thing. I heard that it was to steal the middle-grade Dao weapon of the young supreme being of the Ant clan. For a middle-grade Dao weapon, he did this. That's ruthless. Many people were talking about it. Lin Tian walked in the city. When he heard this, he could not help but stop in his tracks. Had the news of the ancient ruins been spread? Moreover, it was spread like this. In order to steal the high-grade Dao weapon of the young supreme being of the Ant clan, he deliberately set up all kinds of traps and killed him? These people were not far from him. He could not help but tilt his head and ask, "Friend, where did this news come from? Is it true?" Of course it's true. This was personally spread by the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow clan. He even used his divine sense to depict that person's appearance. How can it be false? A young man in yellow said, "Now, the Ant clan is almost crazy. Many experts have taken action and vowed to kill that person. Moreover, according to the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow clan, that person not only killed the young supreme being of the Ant clan, but also a few experts of the Bone clan. Now, there are experts of the Bone clan who have come out to kill that person. That person is really ruthless and bold. He even dares to provoke the experts of the Bone clan." The young man in yellow shook his head. It was unknown whether he was showing off that he knew a lot of things or not. But in the next moment, this yellow-clothed youth stared at Lin Tian and suddenly seemed a little moved. "Speaking of which, brother, why do you look so similar to the person that the young supreme exalt of the Dark Shadow race depicted with his consciousness? It's as if you were made from the same mold." Some people looked over and stared at Lin Tian. They were also a little surprised. You don't say, they really look alike." "That's right. They are too similar. This appearance, this figure, this temperament, they are exactly the same." These people were surprised. However, in merely 2 breaths of time, these people suddenly trembled in unison. Their expressions changed greatly, and as if they had seen a ghost, they all jumped away in unison. You,